They only take and take and take. They don't give jack. I have to skip some things. The sin of irresponsibility. When God spoke to Professor Anigbogu, he said the Nigerian church is guilty of the sin of irresponsibility. To the church in Laodicea, God says, you are blind, you are wretched, you are naked. To the church in Sardis, God says, you have a name that you live, but you are dead. To the Nigerian church, God says, you are irresponsible. What Yorubas call Oniranu. We have been given so much, we have delivered so little. We only think about ourselves. We are consumed with our comfort, our convenience, our promotion, our breakthrough. We don't even see what is going on around us. You saw the footage? You saw the footage? As I'm talking to you, it is still taking place. And we have men of God in this country who can stand and say, no, it's a pity Archbishop Idahosa is dead. If that man was alive, maybe things would not have been like this. And we should thank God for small mercies, that we have somebody like Pastor Ayo Rishejafu as the president of Kanu. The people who abuse him the most are the Christians. And believe me, if that man was not the president of Kanu, you can't sit down here today. It's not true. You can't sit down here. Because Lagos has become a jihadist state. Don't you know that? Lagos is jihadist. You can't sit down. They will have locked this place. It's because somebody is still standing. And he's standing alone. And all the other pastors are abusing him. Go online and read what Christians are writing about Kanu, about Pastor Yoris. You will weep. God said, September 15, 2013, if care is not taken, in 30 to 40 years, Nigeria will be like Turkey. Exactly the way God said it is the way I have written it there. The name of the man God spoke to, I have put it there. Dr. Anigbogu told us this at a strategy meeting in Kanu in November last year. That September, this is what God told me. Nigerian church has an ultimatum of 30 years. If you don't repent and return and do the work God has called you to do and leave this nonsensical attachment to vanity and stop pursuing prosperity and stop pursuing breakthrough and pursue discipleship, in 30 years, you will not hand over Christianity to your children. God told him to learn from Turkey. And what did the Most High say? Find out how Christianity was destroyed in Turkey. And Professor Anigbogu discovered that every mistake the Christians in Turkey made that led to the collapse of Christianity, the Nigerian church is repeating all those mistakes step by step, one by one. See, it's like we went to Turkey and asked the Christians there. We heard that you people used to be Christians here, and they said yes, but now Islam has taken over. And they said yes. Did you do something wrong? And they said we did many things wrong. So we said, okay, why don't you write for us what you did wrong? So they listed the mistakes that they made. Then the Nigerian church took the list, returned home, and started implementing it. That's what we have done. Time will not permit me to go into details. I will just run through them because there are still some things I have to share. I told you if I have to do a thorough job, I will need a minimum of 3 hours. But I will work within the 50 minutes. Number one, the church underestimated the young Ottoman ruler. The same way the Nigerian church is underestimating Islam. I have met church leaders who have argued with me. It's not possible. It's not. You mean what they are doing there? That they will do it here? No way. No way. You don't know Islam. You do not know the spirit that is behind Islam. Can you imagine, until you saw it here, can you imagine that somebody will take a cutlass and split the head of a child? When you were coming to church this morning, did it occur to you? Can you imagine somebody will burn another human being simply because he doesn't believe what he believes in? A church in Bogoro, they went to a church in Bogoro on Sunday, locked the doors, stood outside, and threw inside cans of petrol and set it on fire and refused to allow the Christians to come out. And they roasted 70 people inside church on Sunday. Deeper Life in Gombe, they were having prayer meeting in the evening. 3 of them lined up the windows with AK-47 and sprayed everybody. I was there, I saw it. I saw the place. In fact, I brought a piece of stone. I left it inside the car from Jos, from the mass grave of the 500. You can't believe it. The Nigerian church is underestimating Islam. Number 2, the Nigerian church, the church in Constantinople, which was the old name for Istanbul, which is now the commercial capital of Turkey, from where everybody in Turkey now spread out, they assumed that Constantinople was the best defended city in Europe. The Nigerian church is making the same mistake. They think they are the largest in Africa, the largest in the world. It's a mistake. It doesn't stop Islam. The leadership of the church in Turkey, within and outside, was bitterly divided. The church in Nigeria, are they united? Jesus Christ says a house that is divided, it cannot stand. Okay? On the basis of that alone, if Islam does not destroy the church, the Babalawos will do it. We are divided. We are not working as one. But thank God it is beginning to change. What makes me happy is that church leaders are now beginning to listen to us. So everything that I'm telling you this morning, I'm passing to you information. And I have to tell you the way that it is so that you can be galvanized into righteous action. I hope you are getting my point. That's why I'm telling you they are beginning to listen to us. It took a lot of time. It took a lot of work. But twice, Sister Basi attended the 2 meetings. We've been able to call them, the heads of denominations, with the president of Kanu, with the chairman of Kanu Southwest. We sat in our University of Lagos. We discussed this thing. We met again. We discussed, and they agreed at the last meeting that they will unite. Because each person, each ministry in Nigeria stands on its own. They are not connected. In fact, don't let us even go into that because we will not have time. They are divided. Global News carried this headline in December 2011, Rumble in the House of God, Nigerian pastors that hate themselves. And they put their photographs there. And they told this one hates this pastor. Why this one hates? It's a big mess. Racism and tribalism weaken the church in Turkey. Racism and tribalism is weakening the body of Christ in Nigeria. Weakening the body of Christ in Nigeria. We have the Yoruba church. Am I right? We have the Igbo church, correct? We have the Hausa church. Is that not so? Look, in the Yoruba church, if you are an Igbo man, if you carry anointing, let fire come out of your head. You are on your own. You will not reach the top because it is a Yoruba church. If it is the Igbo church, if you are a Yoruba man, possess all the revelations that you know, you are on your own. You will not get anywhere because it is an Igbo church. Only the Igbos will be that we brought our petty politics inside the church. That is the mistake they made in Turkey. That Islam is now 96%. The church is now 0.21%. Nigerian church is making the same mistake. And God is warning, hey, the way you people are going, I have seen it before. Oh. This thing that you are doing in Nigeria, I have seen it before. Oh. I saw it in 1453 before you were born. You are making the same mistake. Oh. You are going the same way. I will give you 30 years. I will hold them back for 30 years. If after 30 years you don't change, I will take my hands off your kids. Powerless church authority without people's backing and financial support. I mentioned earlier concerning CAN, the only platform we have to fight this war is CAN. You can't fight it on PFN. PFN is only 20% of the church because CAN has 5 blocks. You need CAN. All the Christians have to come together, stand as one, and say no to Islam. But see, it is Christians who are abusing CAN. And Christians refuse to fund CAN. Now, how can you execute a war on an empty treasury? It's not that the Nigerian church doesn't have money. Let me ask you a question very quickly. What is the annual revenue of the Nigerian church? Does anyone know? No, you don't. 3 trillion naira. 3 trillion. The Nigerian church combined gets an annual revenue in excess of 3 trillion naira. How much does the Nigerian church contribute to run its umbrella organization CAN? You know? You don't know? 1,250,000. Each block pays 250,000 naira. Even that 250,000 naira, there are blocks that are owing arrears for years. They refuse to pay. So CAN has no money. Islam took $21 billion. Now tell me how you are going to fight them. With a budget of 1,250,000 naira. How are you going to fight? Meanwhile, God is angry that you are not doing what he called you to do. What he called you to do. That you are now doing your own thing. So how are you going to fight Islam? No, tell me. I can't explain this because of time, but I need to mention this one very quickly because it is repeating itself. The weapon used to destroy Constantinople was invented by a Christian. It was a Christian. He invented the Kanu Basilica, took it to the Christians to buy. Christians didn't have the money. He carried it to the Muslims. Sultan Mehmed paid him cash. In 3 months, Basilica was ready. It blew Constantinople to pieces. The same problem is in Nigeria. The strategy that the Muslims are using, that they are going to use to destroy the church, it is Christians who are strategizing for them. See, we've taught our people to be so sensitive to money that they've lost all sense of spirituality. The only thing the average Christian thinks about now is how he will get money. Whether it will cost him his soul, whether it will compromise his position as a Christian, he doesn't think about it anymore. Because the church has been priming for the past 20 years, we've stopped raising disciples. We focus on raising millionaires. APC is a party to watch carefully. I'm not a politician, but the church must know this. Because there's no way you can separate national politics from what is going on. I will talk a little bit about APC. But for 2015, APC has hired the campaign manager of Barack Obama to come and strategize for them in Nigeria. Yeah? When the man got to Nigeria, he needed a local to interface. The person he employed is a pastor to hand over power to a party that resembles, in all intent and purpose, the Islamic Brotherhood. Even Egypt rejected Islamic Brotherhood. Even Syria, if you watch what is going on in Syria, the Western powers looked at the Sunnis from Saudi Arabia, they looked at the Shiites from Iran, who are now supporting and fighting Assad, and they said, listen, Rather than allow either of these two groups to take over power after Assad, Assad will forgive you all your sins. Sit down there. That's what is going on. That's why Assad is winning the civil war now. Because the Western powers are now throwing their weight behind Assad. Why? We don't want Islamic Brotherhood. A pastor is the one strategizing for Islamic Brotherhood in Nigeria. The weapon used to destroy Turkey was invented by a Christian. Nigerian church is following suit. There is no time to talk any further. Constantinople had an army of 7,000. The Muslims had a force of 80,000. The church does not have an army. Look, if you don't believe me, Pastor, this Sunday, call for evangelism tomorrow. And tell the members, all these people here, that tomorrow we are going on evangelism. And count the number of those who will come. Those who come are the disciples. The other people, they will find excuses. I'm busy. I have to go somewhere. Pastor, you have to excuse me. I cannot make it. But they will not come because they are not disciples. That's our problem. Oh. Now, I'm going to say something without any particular church in mind, because each time I mention this at presentation, pastors get very uncomfortable. It has to do with cathedral. In Constantinople, rather than build men, they concentrated on building a cathedral. They built this house called Hagia Sophia, the house of wisdom. In its days, this house was the most magnificent, the most expensive, the most beautiful house. This was what the church concentrated on, rather than build men that can defend this house. On the day Constantinople fell, because there were no men to defend the city, the first person to enter Hagia Sophia was 21-year-old Sultan Mehmed. He headed straight for the altar, stood on the altar, raised his hand, and shouted, Allah Akbar. And right there, he commanded, convert it into a mosque. This is Hagia Sophia as a mosque. And it remained a mosque for 478 years. Until 1931, when the government of Turkey went secular, then the government of Turkey said, convert it into a museum. But till today, it has not been handed over to the church. It is a museum. Now, Nigerian church could decide they want to build cathedral, but please let us put the horse before the cart. Let us raise disciples. Don't let us repeat this mistake. Let me come back to this one. I raised this during the national conference at plenary, and the conference went on fire. Everything scattered immediately. And the Muslims got up, they tried to shut me down. I pointed out to Nigeria that we have a constitutional problem. That is the core issue that we must resolve. And what is the problem of Nigeria? It is not corruption. It is not Boko Haram. It is not mediocrity. It is not lawlessness. Our problem is dual ideology within the Nigerian constitution. It must be resolved. If we don't resolve it, Nigeria is not going anywhere. There are two ideologies inside the Nigerian constitution. Let me show you something. Sharia is mentioned in your constitution 73 times. Islam, 28 times. Grand Qadi, 54 times. Muslim 10 times in the Nigerian Constitution 1999. There is no single mention of Christ in the Nigerian Constitution. No single mention of Christian in the Nigerian Constitution. No single mention of Christianity in the Nigerian Constitution. No single mention of church in the Nigerian Constitution. Now I ask you, sir, I ask you, ma, is your country an Islamic state, a Christian state, or a secular state? Which one is Nigeria? Talk to me. Constitutionally, Nigeria is an Islamic state. The reason it has not been enforced is because they have not captured the jewel that is needed to enforce it. And that jewel is the Southwest. And right now, they are set because there has been now a handshake between the Northwest and the Southwest. And this is where Christians need to wake up, and politics now comes in, which we now need to start creating political awareness in Christians, because Christians don't vote. I am one bad example. So I'm not saying you alone. I don't. But we must change it and use our vote to quickly restructure the political imbalance in Nigeria. Because if you make a mistake of using your thumb to dig the grave of the church, you will stand before Jesus Christ and render account. I'm not a member of PDP, I'm not a member of APC, but I saw something that makes me worried, and I think you should see it. The leadership structure of APC. National leader North, Muslim. National leader South, Muslim. National chairman, Muslim. Deputy national chairman, Muslim. National secretary, Muslim. Deputy national secretary, Muslim. National publicity secretary, Muslim. National treasurer, Muslim. National financial secretary, Muslim. National youth leader, Muslim. Legal advisor, Muslim. Women leader, Muslim. Ex-official member, Muslim. Then they call you, come and thumb. Come and thumb. And there are Christians who are ready, who are already in APC. Look, if you use your thumb to dig the grave of the church, my hand is not there. Lo, I have told you. There is an Islamic agenda for Nigeria. There is now an agreement between the Northwest and the Southwest. We all open our eyes. We allowed a political party to give us Muslim governors. 80% of their governors are Muslim. There must be a restructuring. 2015, Christians must stand and insist Lagos State, the governor must be a Christian. You must stand. And we are going to insist we are not accepting a Christian candidate that an Islamic party is going to give us. We will pick our own candidate under a different political platform. If we don't, you can't meet here. My time is up. Okay. The pastor says I should continue. Thank you, sir. Now, let me now quickly go back and explain what I meant by dual ideology. Because I did not explain it. I was running for time. Section 1 of the Nigerian Constitution says that the Constitution of Nigeria is supreme. Read it. Say it is higher than any other law that is made in Nigeria. Abi? Section 38, paragraph 1 of the Constitution of Nigeria guarantees freedom of expression, freedom of belief, freedom of choice. You can decide which religion you want to be under the Nigerian Constitution. Then the same Constitution now has Sharia inside the Constitution. And Sharia says, if you dare change your religion from Islam to any other religion, you must die. Sharia says, if you practice any other religion apart from Islam, you must die. Both of them are inside the Constitution. So you have two captains inside the same boat. That is what is rocking Nigeria. Because the promoters of the dual ideology don't want to lose it. See, I'm in the national conference. I sit in the religion committee. I know what is going on. I can't tell you everything that is going on. We are fighting to get Sharia out of the Constitution. It is clear that if you touch Sharia, get ready for a bloodbath that you have never seen before. So we have no other option but to petition our God in heaven. That God, you have to intervene. We can't handle this. They are ready to kill to retain Sharia. That's why we need your prayers. Are you flowing along with me? I'm giving you a prayer request. Please pray that God in heaven will intervene. And that dual ideology inside the Nigerian Constitution, it will be dismantled. Because it is only when we stand on Section 38 that we can now build a society that is founded upon liberty, justice, equity, and fairness. Until then, we can't. That's why all this crisis is going on. Boko Haram is killing. Why is Boko Haram killing? They want Sharia. Why do they want Sharia? That is what is in the Constitution. Until you remove it, you can solve the problem. Our problem is not corruption. Corruption is the symptom. The real disease is the dual ideology. And only the church can pray it out. But right now, the church is praying other prayers. Please pray the right prayer. Now, let me quickly go. Maybe if I take 10 minutes more from Pastor Muiwa, he will forgive me. Because I need to give us the background into what we are seeing now, very, very quickly. In 1983, OIC held a strategy meeting in London. And at that meeting, they strategized how to turn the whole of Africa into an Islamic continent. The reason of OIC is that Africa is the only continent that has the largest population of Muslims in the world. Therefore, the entire continent should be Islamic. They produced a 322-page document. After that strategy session, 156 pages focused on Nigeria. They identified 7 key nations that must be captured before they can turn Africa into an Islamic continent. The 7 nations are Nigeria, Kenya, Liberia, Malawi, Cote d'Ivoire, South Africa, and Democratic Republic of Congo. OIC says these 7 nations must primarily be Islamized. And of these 7 nations, Nigeria is number 1. Once they Islamize Nigeria, then there is no problem with Islamizing Kenya. So when you hear of terrorist attack in Kenya, that they attack the mall in Kenya, it is not isolated from what Boko Haram is doing in Nigeria. It's the same. Get the connection. After they did that, OIC now zoned Nigeria. Now this is interesting. Our current geopolitical zone structure, South-South, Southeast, Northeast, Northwest, North Central. You know it was not designed by any Nigerian government. I hope you know that. Or you don't know. I hope you know that there is no Nigerian law backing it. I hope you are aware that it was not passed by any constituent assembly or by any constitutional sitting or by any national referendum. It was designed by OIC in 1983. OIC broke Nigeria into 6 zones. Not to unite us as a people, not to develop us as a nation, but to break us into little groups for the purpose of Islamization. They have taken the northwest. They have placed a stamp of Islam on it, Sharia. They have taken the northeast. They have placed the stamp of Islam on it, Sharia. They are battling furiously for the North Central, while the train at the same time has transformed into a political machinery and has moved into the Southwest. So the next battleground from 2015 is the Southwest. If the Christians in the Southwest don't wake up now and begin to pray now, because you cannot fight them the way they are going to fight. How many of you will throw bomb? How many of you will carry AK-47? You will not. But the weapons of our warfare are not carnal. They are mighty through God. So you need this information. Are you not along with me? To begin to pray now that every Islamic agenda for Yoruba land, it shall not stand. And whatever they have already put in place, Almighty God dismantle it. Whatever they have planted, Almighty God uproot it. Because if you don't get Southwest back, we shall lose the whole of Nigeria. The Southwest is the key. That is where the intellectuals are. That is where the press is. That is where the manufacturing industry is. That is where the banking industry. Once whatever you get in the Southwest, you can take it anywhere in Nigeria. It will sell. Now, there's been a handshake under the guise of a political party. Wake up. This is more than politics. This is an Islamic agenda. When they finished, they handed their strategy over to Shehu Musa Yar'Adua. Shehu Musa Yar'Adua, the senior, presented it at the 1988 Constituent Assembly. That was how it entered the Nigerian consciousness. Until Abacha became the head of state. When he wanted to transmute from a military head of state to a civilian, he called Dr. Alex Ekwueme to restructure Nigeria for him. Alex Ekwueme gave him this 6 geopolitical zone structure. That's why Abacha said that he wanted 6 vice presidents, 1 for each geopolitical zone. And God said no, and he kicked Abacha out. If we had time, I would have asked you one question and say, who is the best president Nigeria ever had? In fact, I will have asked you 2. Who is the best president? Can somebody tell me? Come on. Wonderful. Any other answer? Obasanjo, Baba Yabo. Any other answer? It may surprise you, sir. And you, ma. The best president, head of state you ever had was General Sani Abacha, retired and dead. If I ask you another question before you clap, when did Nigeria become independent? Talk to me. 1960. I will tell you, no, you failed WAEC. Nigeria became independent 28th of April 1996. The day General Sani Abacha was used by God to deliver Nigeria. That was the day Abacha removed Dasuki, the Sultan of Sokoto, as the Sultan, deposed him, sacked him, and appointed Mashido as the Sultan. That day, Nigeria became free. Because what the British did was that when they were going, they exchanged external colonialism for internal colonialism. You people don't have time. You are already thinking of your rice at home. Let me explain it. 30th of September 1960, a day before the proclamation of independence, the British went to Sokoto and held a Doba, a mock battle, and they fought the forces of the Caliphate. And in that mock battle, the British pretended that the Caliphate defeated them, and the British surrendered. They now took the scepter of the Sultan of Sokoto, which the British had earlier captured. They handed the scepter over, symbolizing that the nation Nigeria, they are handing it over to the Caliphate. The Caliphate understood what was done. That is where the born to rule mentality came from. They were now the new colonial masters. Because Britain did not want Nigeria to rise to its full potential. They knew what would happen. So they gave Nigeria, you say you want independence? Okay. You want us to go? Okay, we will go. But we will hand you over to somebody who will continue to do the job for us. 1st of October, they came to Lagos for the public ceremony. But Nigeria was not free. It was still a colony. Now a colony of the Sokoto Caliphate. Are you following along with me? That's why for years in Nigeria, ask the elders, nothing gets done in Nigeria unless the Sultan of Sokoto says, go ahead. Even Obasanjo, that was head of state, he was a proxy of the Caliphate. Even Gowon was a proxy of the Caliphate. Have you forgotten that it was Gowon who took schools from the missions? All the Christian schools. It was Gowon who took it in 1972. And up till today in Nigeria, no Muslim school has been taken by government. Not single one. Rather, government is using public funds to run Islamic schools. But they took all the schools of Christians and it was taken by a Christian head of state. So the person who said go on, you may not be completely correct. And we were in that second bondage until God raised a madman. Because only a madman could do what Abacha did. You dared to touch the Sultan of Sokoto. Abacha invaded Sokoto, captured the Sultan, deposed the Sultan, sent him on exile, appointed his own Sultan. By that singular act, Abacha exalted the throne of Nigeria above the Sultan of the Caliphate. Nigeria was free. That was the day Nigeria got independence. Go and check your history. Before 1996, Muslims were ruling Nigeria. After 1996, Christians have been in power. Prove me wrong. The moment Abacha did that, the first casualty of the new throne of Nigeria was Abacha itself. The throne said, you can't sit down here. Kicked him out. Abdusalam Abubakar came. He negotiated. Calm down, calm down. Just give me 1 year. Calm down. I'm leaving. I want to hand over to one of your children. So he handed over to Obasanjo. Whether he now did the right thing or he did the wrong thing does not matter. But that throne recognizes a covenant child. After Obasanjo left, he made a mistake. He handed it over to Yaradua. The throne said, what? Mine. Boom. Handed it over to Jonathan. That's what is going on, church. is a battle in the heavenlies for 2015. Now you need to understand why there is a struggle for 2015. You just read it in the newspapers. There is a struggle. Why? Because this year Nigeria entered Jubilee. 2014. Jubilee is 50 years. 100 years ended. That's 2 jubilees. The 3rd jubilee for Nigeria has started. Yeah, the president who takes Nigeria into the new jubilee is the one who will gain control for the next 100 years. The Muslims understand it. They want 2015. Once they get 2015, we are locked up for the next 100 years. So the issue has nothing to do with whether Jonathan is performing or is not performing. Are you getting my point? Hey, let me give you a website. It is called kingdomnewsng.com. kingdomnewsng.com. Go to kingdomnewsng.com and read the prophetic destiny of Goodluck Jonathan. You are the one complaining that Jonathan is slow. Jonathan is not performing. Yeah. You are using your mouth to say what God doesn't want to hear. Jonathan is 100% successful. Because God says, intercessors asked, Lord, why did you give us this man? He doesn't seem to know what he's doing. And God says he's not there to give you employment. He's not there to restore your economy. The job, the destiny of Goodluck Jonathan is to rebuild the foundation of Nigeria. And Jonathan is doing that 100%. Where did he get the courage to convene national conference? That is what is going to rebuild the foundation. So if you say Jonathan has failed, God says no, he has not failed. What I ask him to do, he's doing it. What he needs is the prayers of the church that he will be able to carry it through. You know, the national conference was almost scuttled. Overnight. I received a call overnight. Go and call your people in the southwest. This is what the Hausas are planning. On Monday, they are going to scatter the national conference. Everything has been put in place. It was the Middle Belt that saved it. Middle Belt stood up and said, look, we are no longer part of the North. We are Middle Belt. We are not North. If you do it, you are on your own. It fell out of their hands. If Middle Belt had agreed, because Middle Belt too. Let's continue analyzing Nigeria before we begin to get into things that we won't leave here until 12. Because some things when you start, you have to explain it to the very end. I hope you understand what I mean. Okay. Now, analyzing Nigeria. After OIC broke Nigeria into little bits and pieces, they now began to analyze. They said the southwest the northwest and the northeast is sufficiently Islamic, but they needed Sharia. Hey, Lord, help me. I don't like using more time. North Central, they developed 4 action plans for North Central. Indigenship for the Hausa Fulani. They want to provide social services. They want to give promotion to officers of Middle Belt and then capture resistant tribes by force, which is what I showed you part of it. Southeast, OIC says, Christianity in the southeast appears formidable, but it is mercantile Christianity. They say it can be bought and it can be sold. That's the word. It can be bought and it can be sold. They studied us and they said all you need to do is give the Igbo man sufficient money. He will drop the Bible, he will pick the Quran. And it is working beautifully. As of today, half of Abakaliki has converted to Islam. As of today, the largest Islamic study center in Nigeria is in Igbo land, in Ebonyi State. If you monitor the news, January this year, 18 young Igbo men converted to Islam at the National Mosque in Abuja. It was carried live on NTA. The governors of Sokoto and the governor of Bauchi gave each one of them 5 million naira each. Your governor, Rochas Okorocha, gave them 2 million naira. Ex-governor Jiuzo Kalu gave them 1 million naira. Of course, Rochas now turned around and said no, that he did not give them any money. Shh, something that NTA carried. I've had the privilege to go to some parts of Igbo land and do this presentation. I have told the Igbo brethren, don't expect bomb. There will be no AK-47. Expect Naira rain. They will pump money into Igbo land. And they are pumping money into Igbo land. If you are from the East, please get in touch with our people there. Tell them everything is not money. Don't sell your birthright. 3 plans for Igbo land: encourage Muslim businessmen to go into partnership with the Igbos, encourage Igbos to become cattle rearers, encourage Igbo girls to marry Hausa Muslims. That's the plan. They have activated it. I'm telling you something that was planned 30 years ago. And as you are sitting down here, if I ask you, can you show me the strategy document of the church? The church has no plan. We are just trying to draw up one now. The church has no plan. Islam has put its own in place 30 years ago. They are implementing it step by step. Southwest. Islam said concerning Yoruba land, both Islam and Christianity are superficial. That is, if a Yoruba man tells you he's a Muslim, or if he tells you he's a Christian, you say, don't mind him. He's not a serious one. He's not committed to any other religion. That the real religion of the Yoruba man is traditional worship. Their strategy for Yoruba land is that they will start an Islamic movement that looks like Christianity. That Islamic movement will be meeting on Sunday morning. They will call themselves brothers and sisters. They will do wedding like Christians. They will do vigil like Christians. They will do praise and worship like Christians. If you buy land for your campground on Lagos-Ibadan Express Road, they will buy their own land. When you are having your Holy Ghost service, they too, they will have their holy service without the ghost. So that in the process of time, the Muslim in Yoruba land will see no difference between Christianity and Islam. When you now go out on evangelism and you are trying to convert Muslims, they will tell you, Abba, Kilode, Shebolon Kono Lansin. We are serving the same God. Why? Whatever you are doing in the church, they are doing in the mosque. OIC agenda. It's been in place. You are seeing it with your eyes, but you don't know what you are seeing. 30 years ago. The question now is, what is your response? South, nothing much. All they said is, let us look for radical youths in the South. Give them scholarship in Arab nations, convert them, and send them back. Their first experiment, Asari Dokubo, it worked beautifully. They've taken hundreds of youths from Niger Delta. They are in Kuwait, they are in Dubai, they are in Iran. They are there now, and they are taking them, and they are giving them scholarship, giving them money. Those ones that come back, they will come back. They may not convert to Islam, but they will have a soft spot for Islam. Go to the south, to the north, to the Niger Delta now. If you are from Niger Delta, go back home and find out how many houses in your town were owned by the indigenes 10 years ago, and how many houses in your town are owned by Muslims. You will be shocked. They have bought nearly all the houses. in Niger Delta. Port Harcourt, Yenagoa, Bayelsa, they are buying properties there. Why? They want the oil and the gas. We are looking at it and we don't know what we are seeing. When Islam plans 25 years in advance. They are master strategists. It is the church. Jesus Christ says the sons of are wiser in their generation than the sons of light. It is the church that doesn't plan. They strategize, they plan. They have laid the foundation to take the whole of Nigeria. But it is not too late. Huh?
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, dear great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you via Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu from Alo province of Biafra London. We are here live and direct. Today is the 4th day of the 12th month, being December 2025. Tata Bo Obochi Orie. Therefore, without taking time, although I have to apologize for the lateness, for coming late, it is because of some unforeseen circumstances and technical issues that we have been regulating at the background. But without taking any other time, I will hand over the microphone with the deputy, or to the deputy Directorate of States of the Indigenous People of Biafra, Mazi Nzurmike, in order to handle the microphone with other members of the DOS to address Biafrans. Mazi, please, if you can hear me, the microphone is yours. Over to you, please. Please.
Yes, Jonathan, I don't know if you can also hear me.
The whole world is hearing. The whole world is hearing you perfectly well. Please go on.
Wonderful, wonderful, Mazi. Beautiful, Mazi, Jonathan. As usual, you are a wonderful child of Chukwuka Abiyama. You are delivering, you are doing what you are called upon to do by God Almighty. And Biafrans will always appreciate you. Of course, posterity will also be kind to you for the job you are delivering. We must have to continue a march on. Thanks, of course, for having me this evening. Also to the honorable members of the DOS who happen to be here with me on this very hallowed platform. I am also pleased that they are here tonight. Well, good evening and good afternoon or good morning, depending on your global time zone. My name is Mazi Chukwemeka Zumike. I happen to be an ordinary and humble servant of the indigenous people of Biafra in the capacity of deputy, as deputy head of the Directorate of State, deputizing Mazi Chinedu, the HOD, a very wonderful human being, one of our finest, and I'm very, very glad to have the opportunity to be serving these very great human beings, this very great set of human beings created by Chukwuka Abiyama himself. And that is why we are in a very, 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 very holy land. The holiest land on earth is called Biafra. I am so, so glad to be one of you, all of you globally. As a Biafran, I, of course, bring with me some warm greetings from Mazi Chinedu himself. And then, like I said to you, Mazi has earned my respect, of course, owed to his sound pedigree and high scale of morality. And that is a fact. With him in the physical absence of leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, this very struggle has gained an exponential level of achievements despite all odds. Some of these achievements are quite glaring before our very optical grip and ordinary comprehension of everybody. Once you can comprehend, you can, of course, perceive and feel what is happening. Some of these milestones of achievements include the areas of diplomacy. Some of you are seeing what is unraveling globally. Some people are wondering the sources of all these achievements and how things are being triggered. But I must tell you and beat my chest and our chest in general that we are really working behind the scene. Even the zoo authority confirmed that the leadership of this very struggle is doing a fantastic job. Of course, they don't like that fantastic job we're doing, but they are echoing out there that this very, very DOS, this very, very leadership left to pilot affairs of this very hallowed movement by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is doing a fantastic job, and that is a fact. We must continue. We must continue that. We also have things like widening the scope of our global friendship and bridges, strengthening ties with democratical and global institutions all over, maintaining a proficient legal outfit necessary for protecting the rights of the indigenous people of Biafra, and finally, ascending high to meeting the goals and the competence of our medical corps. As you all know, some of our people sporadically do fall ill, some of them in line of duty, and it is, our own responsibility. It is our own obligation to make sure that we also stand to assist those who definitely need our medical support, and we are also working assiduously in that very direction. Fellow Biafrans, today the stakes are high, and most of you probably know better than I do, and challenges quite very cumbersome. These are perilous times, quite pivotal with a caveat that questions the survival of all of us as a people, be you an Yoruba, be you an Ijaw, Efik, Igbo, or other organic Biafran citizens. These are the challenges we are facing. And in the area of security, I must mention, because I know we don't have more time, I'm trying to be as judicious as I can. We have the extrajudicial killings going on, the Fulani terrorists in the uniforms and the Nigerian armed forces, the extrajudicial killings by private militia as well, like that of Asani Dokubo acting on genocidal contract issued by the current Islamic government of Nigeria. And of course, the deliberate poisoning of our source of food. All these amount to outright genocide, fully blown on our people. As Biafrans, we see what others don't see until it blows before their faces. We are still standing just like after the genocidal war led by the Britain against Biafrans during the 1967 to 1970 war. Like then, they still hope we would be decimated completely and our land taken over. This evil agenda for obliterating the indigenous people of Biafra from the global map and be substituted by the foreign Fulani Janjaweed Caliphate of terror will never, never happen, provided all Biafrans, both in the struggle and outside the struggle, come together, in terms of what is happening, in terms of the bigger picture, that our common survival is at stake, and that we are all duty-bound to ensuring a fierceful resistance that is delivered, or likely to be delivered, when the challenges are faced. As we all know, the challenges are now. We need to have the ability to deliver such resistances at all frontiers, wherever necessary. At this juncture, in this dire situation, I am calling on all Biafrans nationals to jettison complacency for hypervigilance, jokes for gravitas, and rebuttal for reality check. Very, very, very important because of the level of seriousness of what is happening. We are a people being plotted to be eradicated, and that we are not going to allow to happen. Biafrans in all scores of lives must take what is happening very, very seriously, for by doing so, we will become folks to be reckoned with. Because for now, some people look at us as a mere joking stuff. We need to be able to guarantee the total freedom of this generation and, of course, the generations to come. For the biggest sin against Chukwuka Biama, in my own opinion, is that of letting down our guards and allow this beautiful land of Biafra, this hallowed motherland, to be taken by our enemies. And by all chronicles stated or whispered, we are who we are in our space of habitat. We are the original Ndimbo in our space, and only before us is Chukwuka Biama, and nothing more than that. Biafrans, this battle against insecurity is a battle of all. Whether you're a priest, whether you're a traditional man, whether you're a businessman, whether you work in the offices, whether you are selling crayfish in the market square, this is a battle for all of us together, because in the past they thought it was IPOB thing, as they used to say. Today, The oil is touching everybody, everywhere. All Dick and Harry is being touched by that same oil that dropped out of the mouth of the bottle. Today, the reality is becoming very, very glaring. The jihadists have long declared a war of genocide against Biafrans because of who we are, because we don't worship the same God, because of our ethnicity and cultural differences. Our duty, therefore, is to fight to defend ourselves. This demand is not being echoed on Radio Biafra. This very, very demand was as well echoed by our former enemies, some of them. Example of them is Tiwa Danjuma, a man who helped to orchestrate a genocidal war against innocent Biafrans across the board. He too is calling for defense, for individuals to defend themselves. Now, as a targeted people who are facing an unprovoked and unprecedented level of atrocities, well designed and orchestrated, by the way, by both international and local enemies. No other time has been so precarious than this time of war. But as Biafrans, we are also naturally designed to take up these challenges at all fronts. None of any stone must be left unturned. On top of our list, of course, is how to ensure the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, despite all heavy resistance by those quite close to him, I must say. But as Biafrans, we have always embraced mantra we all know that says, Onulube Wenne Abanoso, and that is where we stand. We will make sure that we do what we need to do to ensure the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Some of these efforts are not being divulged on air. Some of these efforts are not being displayed anyhow in any platform. Some of them are meant to remain quiet, but quiet for a solution and for a fruitful outcome. These are being done, supposed to be done. While some people are dancing in like masquerade in the market square, all this matters. This very leadership doing what is necessary for effective results, like we have always done. When we are done, the people are only exposed to us. And we must continue in that very fashion because we know it works. Now, in view of all these developments, this movement has not, beside the issue of insecurity, the protection of our people, we have maintained, like we have said in the past, the enhancement of cultural potency become key. We get to think about your insecurity in other areas as well. There are things we call food insecurity. So, makana ana eme no. Engineer, a doctor by profession, whether you're a politician, by the way, the problems were, you need to start having a rethink of what you've been doing. If so, what they're going to do now is to begin to now do things right, because no time is too late. If you know you have bamboozled your people for too long, squandered their money, left many people on a salary in terms of salary and gratuity are not being paid, and somehow you have woken up your conscience to the reality that people are so human beings for treated very humanly. It is time for you as a politician to please stop differing and splitting and have something meant for our people. If you cannot do that, work towards agricultural Some of them have been lodging into territories that do not belong of those hosts in places like Lagos and elsewhere. And all in places other than Biafra land. This is where you can always pick up yourself and pick your pieces. Do not continue to invest long-lasting investments in other people's environment. You are developing their land. You are making the places very good. You are boosting their economy. Yet they don't love you. Yet they don't like who you are. Yet your name is Nyamere. And what do you gain from aligning with that very notion that you can always, strive in foreign land? Yes, strive in a foreign land that accepts you. In a foreign land that does not accept you, please do not strive, do not attempt to strive in such land, because at the end of the day, it can only spell your doom. And that is not what we're asking for. Our mother tongue, as we know today, is also deliberately being erased to perfect the agenda of the enemy, who would rather add Chinese language to our curriculum than our mother tongue. And we are asking our people, mother and fathers, please teach your children their local languages. It can be Igbo language, it can be Efik, it can be Ijaw language, it can be Urobo language. Please make sure that they are the best in commanding that very language, even if the enemies are erasing these languages from the curriculum. Because the idea is for them to claim the land at some point when our people can no longer speak the language. If you say this is the land of Ijaw, and you cannot speak one word Ijaw, they will tell you that then there's an evidence that you're a foreigner yourself, you don't come from there. If you're an Igbo man and you cannot speak your language, they will tell you that, you see, you cannot even speak your language and you cannot claim this place. There are so many reasons why you must make sure that our children are championed in our own language. Very, very key, because Chukwu Abiyama made it so. Very, very important. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been anything, like language differences. Because on the global arena, you have different languages, uncountable. That's how God made it. And you shouldn't allow anybody whatsoever to come and somehow, destroy your own well-being in that very sense. We are not going to accept that. We are encouraging our people that until things are gotten right, until there's some level of common sense in the political arena of the zoo, where the idea that people can be champions of their language be appreciated. Until then, make sure that you are training your children in local languages, even if it means extramural classes, to Igbo teachers, to Ijaw teachers, to Urhobo teachers, to Efik teachers. You bring them there. Let them have, education. Let them learn their language, apart from what you speak at home. I know there are those who might not be able to afford, but when you cannot afford extramural classes, do that best you can do within your home, and make sure that your children too can speak just like you do speak, or even speak better than you do. Now, because of time factor, I want to begin to wind down, not to, because next time we'll have to come back again, because we had a hitch tonight. It was quite a very huge one, technical as well, just like Mazi, Jonathan explained. So let me go to the appreciating our coordinators, because this movement is being maintained, is being kept alive, all to factors and several factors. Some of them are those of them at the helm of affairs, those of them piloting the affairs, and they are known as coordinators. And I don't want to say whatever I want to say without appreciating them as the coordinator of coordinators. To appreciate all these people, some of them are unit coordinators, some of them are zonal coordinators, and all the way from representatives, great men on the level of representatives. As we all know, they are doing a very fantastic job, and we all want to thank them. Biafrans in the grassroots, those of them who are making the job of their coordinators very, very, very possible, and are making them very, very successful. I want to thank you on behalf of the leadership of the very struggle for conducting the way you've been conducting yourself, with utmost discipline, and that is why we have come this far. Very, very important that we continue to maintain discipline in all we do, at all times and at all places we find ourselves. You are well appreciated by this very, very leadership. Our job, of course, is to maintain, order at all times, have each other's back. You see your brother falling, and for one reason or the other, requires some help. We are asking you to offer that help if you're in position to do so. And in so doing, we will be able to move and climb the ladder all together. Very, very important. I want to specifically thank Biafrans in South Africa to continue to do what they're doing. We know the Rep Mazi is doing a fantastic job. The South African National Coordinator is awesome. He's doing Mazi is doing a very, very, very fantastic job. And that happens to be Mazi Su. Mazi Su, thank you so much for piloting the South Africa as a country, because you are the national coordinator there, doing a fantastic job. Obiuku is our representative, and he is also in charge and doing fine. In East Africa, I want to thank Mazi Joseph Guim to say continue and maintain the decorum and the progress of our people in East African flank. In the central and northern flank, Mazi Chinemerem, you are also doing a fantastic job. We want to thank you for your service and ask you to continue to do so. Mazi Onole, very, very formidable Biafran. He is in charge of West Africa, and very soon we are going to make available a new deputy for you, so that the work will be much easier for you. Just in a very, very few space of time, we are going to make sure that you have a deputy to assist you to make sure that the work you are doing is made a little bit easier for you. Let me go to Anambra and call upon Governor Soludo and what he is doing. Governor Professor Soludo, I thought you were a professor. A professor is supposed to know a lot better than others. That is the perception. Of course, we know that that's not the case all the time. But in any case, at least an iota of knowledge should be displayed by somebody who happens to bear that title and for you to be there, and have our people killed and picked up. I'm talking about Biafrans, So do those attempts to do the bidding of the enemies, for us, is unacceptable. We are peaceful people, very, very, and our movement is anchored on peaceful approaches and nothing violent whatsoever, because we know that without violence we can achieve what we want to achieve. And that has been the case. That is why we are everywhere, ever present all over the globe, because even those with the best surveillance can always testify. Those of them with the sharpest satellites above us can always testify that Biafrans indeed are no people to be worried about. Instead, we're embraced and interwoven in their society, and they are tapping onto our services of brilliance, and therefore we are, very, very fantastic people, as that the global community can always testify. And I don't know why in our place, in our homeland, in Anambra, that people can be picked up arbitrarily and be, decimated in some cases, and scores of our brothers and comrades who are innocent and peaceful, just arbitrarily been rounded up for who they are, for being who God Almighty created them to be, and that is being Biafrans. This is unacceptable. Governor Soludo, you are being called to retrace your steps. I will even ask you to, instead of looking at hopeless Uzorinjo, the one that has showed you a very, very bad example as you came in, creating militias here and there, you people are part of the problem, because you came in. The best you can do is to, invest the little money for ordinary people. Those you are owing arrears, you have not paid them, but you have some money to invest in militia and insecurity yourselves. Insecurity here and there is being caused by just the governors themselves, at least partially, because they are working with those in uniform, the Janjaweed in uniform. There's nothing like a Nigerian army. All you have there are Janjaweed people. They just give the uniform to wear. And that is why when we had Python Dance 1, 2, 3, you saw them picking up people just anyhow, because all they know is they are killing their enemies. They are not differentiating oranges from apples. That is what is happening. And our so-called governors are supposed to know all these things. But no, what concerns them is servitude to the caliphate, and that is all it's all about. But I must also warn that these very treacherous individuals in the name of leaders, political leaders in the ground, to come to cognizance on the fact that we have people like Yorubas who have chosen a nomenclature called Oduduwa. Oduduwas are there in their homeland, parading themselves on daily basis, going about their business at will. In fact, with their militant arm called OPC. People don't talk about OPC these days, but they are there. Recently, when Fulanis launched attack in Kwara State, OPC went there to defend it. And nobody is calling them terrorists. Nobody is proscribing them. They are there. And then the government of the Western region also created what they call Amoteku. Amoteku is also well appreciated and fine, and being even sponsored officially. Yet they are embraced by their own people and well supported. When you go to the Northern Enclave, you have what you call Islamic Caliphate of the North, who have chosen their own nomenclature as well. They call themselves Arewa. In fact, decorated with world most dangerous terrorists, as we all know, recently well unraveled, and unraveled in the past by our leader, Mazi, Nnamdi Kanu. He warned the world that these people are coming, apart from the homegrown terrorists, there are also going to be more coming inside that zoo. And that is happening today. So this is to tell our so-called governors to know how to appreciate themselves, appreciate their own. The ESN never hurt anybody. They never killed nobody. They never tampered with any lives. In Biafra land, when initiated initially by Nnamdi Kanu, they were all embraced and there was calm everywhere. In fact, our enemies were very, very careful coming in. Today, they are all driven by Dangote trailer. By Dangote trailer, they are driven in that Dangote trailer with their motorcycles, with their rifles and everything. It never happened initially when NSN was there, before the proscription of our movement and so on and so forth. It's only in Biafra land you find political class being so foolish. It's only in Biafra land. When are they going to copy and do the needful, like all their other their counterparts, some other places? They are there protecting them. In fact, even the Northerners are coming out boldly defending the same terrorists that America wants to now attack. They say, don't touch them, they're our people. Don't touch these, our brothers and sisters. So, we share one DNA with them because they are terrorists. It doesn't really matter. So you see the level of, you see what is happening. You see what is happening. None of these our governors are raising any alarm. None of them are raising an eyebrow to say, this, what is happening in the North, the way they're treating them. In fact, the way they're treating the non-terrorists themselves is really, unheard of. It's unheard of. You would think that people will say, okay, we know that they are our brothers, but since they are terrorists, they should be getting rid of. They should be getting rid of because we are going to be their victims as next online. No, but they are saying, no, leave them, or we share one blood with them, or don't touch them. But peaceful Biafrans either holding meetings, having discussion about freedom, talking about how they are going to, dreaming about Biafra, discussing and dreaming about how the future Biafra is going to look like. Peacefully. These are people with families, with children, people who go to churches to pray on daily basis, or some of them on weekly basis. Very, very peaceful people are being targeted and destroyed by their own. Not by none other, by their own. Ojo Zakalo was boasting that he gave a law Anta as a Ruga. The video is still there. This is your own governor. He bragged that he was one of those who called in the generals to come and start killing our people. And he's there parading himself as governor. Shamelessly parading himself as governor. These people are our problems. Asaro Dokubo is boasting to everybody, I am working there in Anambra, I am working there in Enugu, I am there in Olo, in Imo State, I am there here and there. What is he there doing? He said his people are decimating our people. The idea just now on our children, invited by our own governors. Is that how to handle, even if you have some issues with some people, you don't agree with them? Is it others are holding meetings with so-called terrorists? But for you to call peaceful people who don't have any arm and sit down on a round table and have a discussion, you cannot do it. You go and invite a Asari Dokubo militia to come and kill your own people. That is all you can do. Shamelessly. And I am saying it on note that posterity will never be kind to all these wicked monsters. That's why I put it. On this note, Mazi, Jonathan, because of time factor, I would like to usher in Mazi Abanyim. The European rep is here with us. He's one of us, fantastic human being. He's going to address Biafrans at this very juncture. And then after that, we're going to have Mazi Nachi. I think he's on board. Mazi Azayoba was supposed to be here, but I'm not sure he has joined us. Mazi Abanyim, I think you can take the microphone and move ahead, because we are also at the end going to entertain some few questions from the audience. Thank you so much.
Ndewo, Mazi Nzurumike, our Deputy HOD. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation, and I believe our people have taken note of what you have just said. They say in English word that to be forewarned and to be forearmed. A stitch in time saves 9. So so thank you so much for those words, and thank you, Mas Jonathan, for anchoring this program. Biafrans all over the world, greetings from the office of the European Rep. My name is Mazi Austin Abanyim. I come from Amike. Amike is in all province of Biafra land. And by the grace of Chukwu Kabiam, I have continued to serve in just of Biafra in the capacity as European representative. So I want to thank Chukwu Kabiam for the life given to all of us and for the fact that our land has not been fully invaded by the colorful. We have just, thanks to the IPOB, thanks for ESN, the plan of the caliphate has been to, take over our land by now. They have just been delayed or stopped by IPOB, thanks to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, thanks to IPOB and the ESN who are there night and day protecting our land, our people, and their farmland. I want to begin by praying for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our leader, who has been unjustly sentenced to jail. But we know that it's not going to hold because he has committed crime known to law. He has committed any crime, he would have been jailed long before now. So all those travesty going on in Nigeria, we know that the Nigerian court is cash and carry justice, and they have met their end in the person of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is uncompromisable, who is hardcore to the core, and who has established this hallowed family called IPOB. He has always maintained, before we came, no one like IPOB. No one like us, and when we are gone, they will wish we stayed forever. And his work perfectly by setting up this hallowed family, now headed by Mas Chinedu, who is leading us by example, an indomitable, silent achiever. Thank you, Mazi Chinedu, wherever you are listening from. Thank you, all IPOB leadership, wherever you are around the world. And thank you, all IPOB coordinators in Europe, from national, regional, zonal, and unit coordinators. I thank you all for your mighty works, for your indefatigability. I thank you because you are serving your nation in every capacity you found yourself. Without you, we will not be where we are today. Without you, Biafra land will not be safe as it is today, because the plan of the enemies are to conquer our land and take care of our resources, which has been sustaining Nigeria from day one. I will not forget to thank all the IPOB family members in Europe and around the world, those who believe in what we have seen, those who have foresight. Unfortunately, many have not seen what we have seen for 12 to 15 years ago when we started this movement. What we saw then is what few people are seeing today. But we thank God that they are waking up gradually, and we believe more and many more of them are going to wake up in time, in due time, because this is a battle we have to fight as one indivisible people. The work of IPOB is not only for the families of IPOB members. We are working for all Biafrans. Even those who are against us, those who are fighting us, those who are saboteurs, those who are infiltrators, those who have been, paid to destroy our movement, we are still working to protect their interests and the interests of their families wherever they are in Biafra land. But history will not be kind to them because of their treacherous activities against their own blood and against their own people. We will not forget those men who, have abandoned the comfort of their homes and women as well. We call them the gallant men and women who are protecting our land day and night. Now is hammer time in that particular geographical area where people are sleeping with warm clothes, wearing pullover, but many have forgotten that some guys and women, ladies are in the bushes and forests protecting our land, our people, and what belongs to it. We really need to thank them immensely. We need to pray for them and support them financially so that they will continue to do that job that is very, very important for our own survival and existence as a people. The ESN is the nightmare of the zoo. Without ESN, I don't think we will be where we are today. Our people will not be wherever they are. As they are driven away from Lagos in and then destroying what comes to them, calling them MAGA, whatever nomenclature, because we believe we have no other option than to stay in Lagos. As a people, we are calling on our people, Lagos, Abuja, wherever they have gone to develop those areas. Remember that home is still home. It is highest time we come home to develop. Our own part of the country. to provide you Judy has already alluded to continue cultivating their land and clean so that our land will become food sufficient.
In northern states, where and disband the religious enforcement HISPA commissions, with experts warning the United States lawmakers have been urged to pressure the Nigerian government to abolish Sharia law and disband the religious enforcement HISPA commissions, with experts warning that these laws and groups are fueling systematic anti-Christian persecution. While during the joint House briefing on Tuesday, Council on Foreign Relations Senior Fellow Dr. Ebenezer Obadari testified that the primary drivers of violence, Boko Haram, ISWAP, and radicalized Fulani militants exploit Sharia frameworks and Hisbah officials to impose extremist ideology and operate with near total impunity. Dr. Obadari laid out a twofold strategy. First, work with the Nigerian military to neutralize Boko Haram, and second, pressure President Tinubu to make Sharia law unconstitutional in 12 northern states where it has been adopted since the year 2000, and disband the various Hizbah groups who are seeking to enforce Islamic law on all citizens regardless of their religious identity. This is another push that we are seeing, Dr. Abati. The call for the ban of Sharia law also is an uncomfortable conversation that needs to be had. Your thought?
The Sharia.
Yes.
Now, it was Dr. Ebenezer Obadari, he used to be one of our colleagues in those early days, who recommended that two solutions to address the problem in Nigeria. Put pressure on the Nigerian government to do a lot more. Then ban Sharia in 12 northern states, and also ban the Hisbah units.
Yes.
Well, the thing to note is that the Sharia law is in fact in the Constitution of Nigeria. I think I said this about 2 days ago. In sections 275.
Yes, but we must continue. Mazi Nachi was speaking. Mazi Nachi, please, may you continue your speech? Have your microphone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deputy HOD. Thank you for your kind ways to Biafrans, friends of Biafra, and lovers of freedom. Thank you, Mazi Abanyum. Well spoken. Thank you, our host, Mazi Jonathan Wachineke. Thank you for what you do for motherland. Of course, as we have known you over the years, you have continued to remain resolute to this very cause for freedom, for liberation, for motherland, Biafra. Fellow Biafrans, lovers of freedom all across the world, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, depending on your location. My name is Mazi, Nachi. By the special grace of Elohim, I serve you all on this very movement as your South American rep and as a member of the DOS, and of course serving in other capacity as well for this very cause of motherland. I am from Africa South. Africa South is in Ebonyi State. Ebonyi State is a Biafra land. My fellow Biafrans, my lovers of freedom all across the world, we are here again to give you these very words of freedom, words of liberation, the words from heaven, the gospel of truth, the gospel that pierces through darkness and bringing light to that very damnation called the Republic of Zoo, the Nigerian state. Before I proceed, let me candidly thank you all Biafrans all across the globe. Of course, we have gone through storms, we have gone through persecution, we have gone through marginalization over the years, especially since the extraordinary rendition of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, 2021. Of course, if I'm not mistaken, since June 2021. But you have all remained resolute. You have all remained formidable. When I see what Biafrans, ordinary Biafrans, not even IPOB members, how you defend this very cause, how you stand on your right to freedom, your right to speak up for our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, defending this very movement, defending what our fathers and forefathers fought for. Of course, it gives us nothing but joy. And for us across the leadership, that very motivation to continue to champion this very cause, irrespective of the persecution we go through day by day. Your formidability are well encouraged. Your resoluteness are well encouraged. From the coordinators in Biafra land, members of this very movement in Biafra land, and of course our ESN coordinators across South America, members across South America, across Europe, across America, across Asia. We want to thank you. You are wonderful people. Once again, your formidability are key to our own motivation to keep on going, to keep on marching, knowing fully well that we represent you, the Biafran people, that are fighting day by day on the ground, in the streets. Wherever you go to, you champion this very cause. And of course, even Biafrans in Sokoto, where our leader is being kind of transferred to, all the way from Abuja. And you see Biafrans going in with joy to welcome, to pay a visit to our leader. And that reminds us to the saying of our fathers on the one Nabal also. Thank you once again. My fellow Biafrans, I would like to recall us back to when this very movement encountered extraordinary condition of our leader. What this very leadership went through, the blackmails, the lies, the propagandas. Remember, they told you, and even when some of us who came out, we said, no, we don't know what happened to our leader. We don't know where he was. And there were some who knew or sabotage our leader at the end of the day. And when the blackmails began, they all idea facing leader Mazi and the Kanu. And I can assure you all today, the love we had for him from the beginning, when we heard his voice, it still remains to this very day, irrespective of any kind of mistakes that he might have made in the course of listening to those who ended up sabotaging him. And of course, we are all aware that no members of the DOS would have encouraged our leader to go to Kenya because we knew the danger and the consequences. And that's why they manipulated him to make sure he never told us of these very DOS. Because we would have cut off that very agenda and saved the freedom of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. It is important to revisit this very issue today because things are happening once again. We fought off the co-pilots. We told you that these are agent provocateurs. Don't forget, we all came online here. We lamented across South America. I knew what I told my people, the coordinators. And then it was so difficult because, you know, even if a madman comes up to say, oh, Biafra, Biafra, everybody follows him until you begin to observe that this very man is actually insane. Then you can then begin to pull back and ask yourself question. Why would you be following a madman? recollect what has happened in the past and what is actually happening across the Nigerian judiciary today. You remember all the shenanigans of the autopilots, the violence they were unleashing our people. And we said, no, this is not IPOB. This is not what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said. We, the leadership, to take over and maintain the structure of the leadership of this very movement. We told you, but some of you got deceived. And you said, unleashing violence on our people were the best. Today, those very violence are what is being used against our leader today across the Nigerian judiciary. Go back to the court rulings of the Federal High Court against our leader. Most of those activities were when he was still under incarceration. Most of those allegations were the activities of that very son of perdition called Simon Ekpa. We told you that he is an agent provocateur working for some Eastern politicians standing tall, standing strong. Because as I told you before, we are the children of the light, assigned for this very movement. Though we face persecution, though we face propaganda, but Okika Biama that have sent us on this mission have continued to stand by us and uphold us in his infinite mercy, grace, and love. Where are they today? The agent provocateurs, the saboteurs. They are nowhere to be found because they were not the solid rock. They were not the chosen ones. Because they are the instrument of the zoo. However, going forward, we must not fall for this mistake again. And that is why before we talk about the future, we must reflect back on the things that we have encountered over the years in order to give direction for the future. Never again shall someone whom we do not know his or her foundation in this very movement come up from nowhere. Just because it talks about Biafra, we leave our own structure to begin to pay attention to what we do not know, its foundation. Never again. Therefore, it is important that going forward, we remain observant and we know what is our structure, what is our base. Who did not, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said, this is who you must listen to. The structure of the movement. The DOS. The members of the DOS. The leadership. When we speak the truth, our people, our beloved people, my fellow Biafrans, this is the center of truth. No deviation anymore. We are standing tall, still standing for our leader. They said, oh, we have deviated, we want to form our own. But here we are on Radio Biafra. But they that accuse us have formed their own radio stations. They have formed their own group. But the group that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu laid, it is still where we are today, waiting patiently for our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. What does that tell us? It tells us one simple truth. The DOS, the members of the DOS, headed by Mazi Chinedu, the HOJD, that is where the truth centers on. Now, what are we seeing as leaders of this very movement? We are beginning to sense danger that we raised alarm over in the past few months. The change of Lego team. Once again, the mistake they made, they are repeating the same mistake heading to the appeal courts. They are repeating the same mistake again. We raised alarm over the past months. We said the change of Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor and San Ezekome were wrong decision. We said it here. Internally, we raised objection to our leader. You do not change the goalpost at the middle of a match, especially a serious match. When that was done, those who are across South America, the coordinators, ask any one of them. I told them personally from our meetings, these people will push Onyendu to a danger. Where the zoo wants him to go. And at the end of the day, it is actually what happened. Let me repeat it here clearly and unequivocally, because here we fear nothing. We fear no man born of woman. We fear only Chukwokika Biama. And in truth, we rather say the truth than to die cowardly. Barrister Loy, Ejumako, and Barrister Maswell, they are not capable of handling the legal proceedings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu at the appeal courts. They are not capable. They are jeopardizing everything going on there. We raised this very alarm. Why they were mesmerizing and playing shenanigans on the camera across the zoo, judiciary. Some of them left their legal duties and began to engage in fundraising. Jettisoning their own legal duties, focusing on money. And at the end, it was very clear they will advise Mazi Nnamdi Kanu wrongly. They could not defend tactically a very clear case that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should have won at the Federal High Court. Go back to their interviews. Ask yourself a sincere question. Truly, can these people stand to defend Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? These people that you are hearing their voice, tell ourselves the truth. They are repeating the same mistake again. Today, a court injunction a court ruling was made by simple legal mistakes that should not have happened. Where the same justice or Motosho rejected Mazi and Kanu's appeal to be transferred back out from Sokoto because of some legal issues, legal lapses that shouldn't have been. We will say the truth. If you like the truth, you listen. If you don't like the truth, that is your business. For what we are in here is for the restoration of Biafra. Not for one man, not for one woman, not to satisfy anybody. Because souls have died for this struggle. And our allegiance are to those who have gone to the world beyond and who cry that we must continue until Biafra is restored upon the surface of this earth. My fellow Biafrans, we are here once again to raise this very alarm again. There are legal lapses. Very, very clear that we must not continue. That Mazi and Kanu must not continue. Maswell and Barrister Lawyer Ejimako cannot handle Mazi and Kanu's case tactically and technically in that very Nigerian judiciary. They lack the very technical know-how to do that very job efficiently and effectively. Or else, they will push Mazi and Kanu to another court ruling at the appeal court, endangering the life of our leader. We are raising this alarm again so that not tomorrow somebody will rise up from somewhere and say, what is the leadership doing? How can the leadership raise alarm and alarm again? And they aren't listening, they aren't paying attention. What else will the leadership do? What else are we going to do? Are we going to flog Mazi and Kanu from far away Europe, from far away South America, from far away Asia? Are we going to kill ourselves before they start paying attention to what we are saying? I will stop it here on that very issue. But it is pertinent that it is being talked about, because we have played internal, dialogue over the years, and nobody is listening. Enough is enough. The wife of our leader have raised this. Nobody is listening to her. Is she also a member of the DEC? No. But she sees what is going wrong. This is her husband. She feels the pain that any other person. And then nobody is listening. And enough is enough. Fellow Biafrans, while we engage the zoo from all across the world, as you are all aware, not just today, internally and secretly, we have been combating the zoo, diplomatically and otherwise. These are the leadership that Mazi Chinedu is heading. We believe in silence. Walk. Let the results speak while we remain silent. and do our job internally, effectively and tactically efficient. You have heard about the Christian genocide. You hear about what the zoo, Nigerian government, how they cry about it. It was not a coincidence to us. We were working under Binet, doing our work because we believe it is better to back less but be more efficient in your silence in the work for the restoration of Biafra. What is happening in America today, we are work well done by this very leadership. Of course, you have heard Mazi who talked about it. It is not necessarily that every member of the DOS comes out on the air. No. When you hear from Mazi Chinasa, you are hearing from the leadership as well. You are hearing from the HOD. And to some extent, you are hearing from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I say to some extent because there are some things that they are doing there in that very Lego team that they have, that we are not part of, that we do not approve. Because from the beginning, we knew the danger and the consequences of what they were doing. We must key in this very genocide campaign, exposing the zoo Nigeria. Of course, we know the killing happens in Biafra land too. In my own state, my own uncle was a victim of jihad massacre in Ebonyi State, Africa South. We shared this very video last year, I think. People were praying in the church together with my uncle. The church where it happened was lost choosing there. Lost choosing. It is still in existence today. And the jihad came and massacred every one of them. More than 2 hours were massacred in Biafra land, not just in the middle belts. My maternal uncle, therefore, fellow Biafrans, we must continue to key into this very campaign and expose the Nigerian government. Of course, we know where it is going to end at the end of the day. We believe, by the special grace of Okikabiam, it will all come down to the disintegration of the Nigerian state. Because the foundation can no longer hold itself. As we speak to stop the Christian genocide, they are already talking about the Sharia states. Then what is that saying? That at the end of the day, what we are fighting for will come to reality. Do not give up, fellow Biafrans. At this very critical moment, we entrust a very effective job to be done in America. And of course, we trust what Mazi Aloziem will bring about. We trust his leadership, and we know something definitely is going to happen sooner than later, greater than what they are seeing. So, Biafrans all across the world, key into this very Christian genocide campaign. We must continue to expose the jihad operation going on across the Nigerian states. It doesn't matter how they cry about it. One thing is certain, as long as we remain resolute, as long as we remain formidable, as long as we do not give up, as long as we continue to pray and call on Chukwokikabiam, victory is certain. That I can assure us. Because the foundation of the Nigerian state can no longer hold itself. It doesn't matter how they pretend about it. It doesn't matter how they try to patch it. There is nothing to patch about the Nigerian state. It has collapsed. The foundation has collapsed. It collapsed far ago under the presidency of Buhari. Yes. They can pretend about it. But there is nothing to save anymore. However, it is on us to remain formidable, resolute, resolute. And of course, white and whiter than snow, children of the truth, never to be cowed. Never to be cowed by any man nor any woman. It doesn't matter what they do to us. It doesn't matter the persecution. We stand on our ground as the children of the light and speak the truth to that very darkness, the damnable Republic of Nigeria. And as long as we speak the truth will transform into light and destroy the foundation of darkness that have been carved around that very contraption called the Nigerian state. We must never give up. It doesn't matter what it to us. Remember, as long as Mazi and Kanu remains here, we are more than formidable. We are more than ready to continue to fight this very battle until victory is ascertained. Even after the freedom of Mazi and Kanu, we march on to the restoration of Biafra. We see it coming. It is coming. Because we see far away what the blind cannot see. Biafra nation is coming. But we must march on and do our own parts. Walking behind the scene. Meeting those to be met. Exposing the atrocity of the Nigerians. The jihadism, that have been called very contraction. It is for this purpose you go Gabiama, scatter us all across the world, that we may speak the truth to humanity. That we may represent our fallen heroes and heroines who are still hoping on us to do the needful to restore motherland, the Biafra nation. Last but not least, Biafrans, we must continue to invest in agriculture. Whatever you do across Biafra land, even across diaspora, call on those at home to engage in agriculture. While we continue to encourage and support the ESN. When last did we voluntarily raise funds for the ESN? When last did we do that across the family? The jihad they are preparing You heard it from that very pastor. The reverend that is exposing the zoo across the Middle Belt. You heard it from him. Each Fulani man, they are contributing above 100, 200,000 each. Those in Biafra, those in their country across the zoo. What are we doing to encourage, raise the fund that the leadership will use to galvanize those who will protect us while we are farming? You are a businessman. You have all the millions. You are waiting for us to come and hold you on your belts before you call on the leadership to say, I want to give this to motherland. When last have we done this? We are all aware that this very assignment is ongoing across every IPOB family. We must key into it. Call your coordinators. Make your donations. It is ongoing. Because that was an instruction from the HOD. Key into it, wherever you are as a Biafran. Even if you are not a member of the IPOB. What are you doing to support that we may defend Biafra land? It is never too late. We must find Biafra land, because sooner than later, we shall be reaping the benefit of that very farmland, those agricultural products. That hunger affected us in the 1960s during the Biafra genocide. Do not recall time any day, never again. Agriculture, farming, cows, rearing, whatever you can that has to do with agriculture. Invest in motherland. Take, you have one in Lagos, have 2, 3 in Biafra land. It's very clear. When Governor Sanwo-Olu said he do not want a seaport in Biafra land, not in the southeast, not in the southwest. What else do you want to hear? For you to know that it is a systematic agenda against the Biafran people. It doesn't matter if you are a job, it doesn't matter if you are a people. It doesn't matter if you are evil. They hate us with hatred. It is on the news. Just a few days ago, Governor Sanwo-Olu said he wanted a seaport in Biafra land, not in the south, not in the south, I mean, not in the southeast. And then somebody, you allow them to divide you and I, because you are from the coastal land, I am a Bola Tinubu. And those Yoruba oligarchies that circles them across the presidency. It is an agenda. Of course, we know from APC. From APC. That's why nothing that represents APC again must come into Biafra land. No, APC must never rule across Biafra land. So those governors, you are manipulating and throwing into APC. At the appropriate time, you will hear from us. And we'll tell you that that land still belongs to us. And you cannot bring in an anti-Biafra, anti-Igbo into our land and watch us keep silence. They are developing Lagos, throwing in special fund into Lagos, throwing in special fund across the southwest. How many is in Biafra land? How many special funds have they thrown for the development of Alibu and across Biafra land? How many? And one nonsense man is talking about APC. APC for Gononala. I will cut it short here so that my fellow comrade can take over from here. But we shall entertain your questions because at the end of the day, this remains interactive, where we'll answer a few of your questions and whatever concerns you might have going forward. But remember all we have said and put all these words into action. It is very, very important. Thank you, fellow Biafrans and lovers of freedom from all across the world. Mazi Jonathan, thank you. My leader, Mazi Zurumike, I hand over back to you.
Ndewo Mazi. Mazi Nachi of South America, sorry. Mazi Nachi is one of us, very, very, very powerful contributor to this very, very movement. Mazi Nachi, this has been a very effective rendition that you have put out there, and it has echoed globally, and I think our listeners have picked up all you have said. Absolutely, the APC is no go. Like you said, APC, I agree with you. Your guess is as good as mine. We are soldiering on as the zoo is imploding. And then, of course, absolutely I agree with you. All and sundry must queue into the Christian genocide campaign relentlessly. We must do that. It is strategical, very, very strategical. We must all queue in anywhere you find yourself and make sure you amplify the discussion. Make sure you are on the side of the American authority to descend on the very, very, danger that faces us, which is that very Fulani hegemony and their terrorist, tendencies against our people and the genocide they're carrying out. We must join the fight anywhere you can. Please do that. Very, very important, very key. And of course, Mazi also said it, if they don't like the truth. And I will say, if they don't like the truth, let them go and do what? Let them go and hawk transformer. It's just as simple as that. And at this juncture, I will hand over the microphone to Mazi Azayoba to do a little bit justice onto what we've discussed as a brief as he can. And of course, after that, we are going into entertainment of some questions. Thank you so much. And Mazi Azayoba, can you please take up the microphone and do the justice you need to do? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Head of Directorate, Mazi Zurumike, and also thank you to my European Rep, Mazi Abanim, and our last speaker, Mazi Nachi. Thank you all, and also sincere appreciation to our radio host, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, and all our radio presenters, Mazi Alozie, to Ike Peters, to Mwachineke, to Obilo, to a lot of them that are actually making sure that Radio Biafra still remain on air, covering 24-hour services to our people, because this is our national source of information. If we don't have anything like this, then we are into oblivion. I want to thank all of them to remain very strong and resolute without hesitating or wasting time. We want to recognize our head of directorate, Mazi Chigedozim, and also principal officers across the globe, wherever they are, from zonal coordinators to national coordinators, local government coordinators, unit coordinators, including our formidable members, those genuine ones who have stayed very, very strong up until this very moment, regardless the invasion we had in the last 3-4 years, which we've never seen anything like this since after the war. They did not only invaded this movement, they also waged war against our villages, towns, and communities. And as Chukwu Kikabiama has it, they did not achieve that their mission. Of course, our leader was kidnapped from Kenya and extraordinarily renditioned to Nigeria, where they kept him for nearly 5 years without any sort of evidence of why they kept him. This is a case of nearly 10 years now. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have been in zoo detention. And I think, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu deserve our support. And as long as this movement is concerned, we are standing shoulder to shoulder with him. We are not going to retreat. We are not going to surrender. The reason why some of us are coming this afternoon or this night, as the case may be, is to reassure our people that regardless what the enemies are doing, regardless of unjust life sentence of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not going to deter us from this quest for Biafra restoration. We are not going to back down. As I always say, we must remain very, very strong and resilient. Thank you, Kikabiama. This day have come that everything we have spent nearly 13 years been talking to our people, evangelizing to our people, trying to sensitize our people, trying to emancipate our people over the danger that is on the horizon. Today it has come glaring in our face. This is what we have to tell our people, that we do not need to wait until it gets to our neck before we start seeing the right hand, the right handing on the wall. We must be very, very proactive. I want to remind our people that what you are seeing happening today and all the blackmailing and all the accusation against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the IPOB, it did not start today. This is the British orchestration. It did not start last year. It did not start 2 years ago. It did not start 4 years ago. Neither did they start 1967. It goes back as far as 1929, about women protest, even way before that as well. In case some of you who think that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the IPOB agitation is what fuel whatever that is happening back home, we are actually puncturing the whole plan and the whole plot to take our people unaware. That's what happened. If not the emergence of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB, by now, I am telling you, we would have been overwhelmed and overrun by these Fulani Janjaweed marauders that came from Niger and Mali and Chad. We must be very, very vigilant and always go back to the history and follow the trend of things. Because I've seen people on social media, blackmailing people maybe that have collected money from the Nigerian government, people that, content creators who are seeking relevance with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB. They will talk something that they do not know. They will like to mislead people, give misinformation about IPOB, that IPOB is violent, that IPOB is the cause of what is happening in the Southeast according to them. But none of them have ever asked, what is the thing that is fueling the killings also in the North? Is it IPO? Is it Nnamdi Kanu? What about the invasion in Kwara State of Yoruba land? Is it IPOB? Is it IPOB that fuel it, or neither Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? So when they are coming with this mantra, you see them on social media trying to blackmail Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, trying to blackmail IPOB. I appeal to Biafrans and genuine supporters of this Biafra movement to make sure you flood into their platform, flood into their comment section, make sure that you educate the people who are being misled in that platform. It's very, very important. Said the hatred of Igbo people, the Igbophobia you are seeing did not start today. It was orchestrated by the British who invaded our land, who invaded our space, turned us into what they claim that they believe. And today, there has been a whole Christian genocide in Nigeria, in Biafra land, in the north. British who brought us the Christianity never lifted up hand, never lifted up finger to condemn Christian genocide, never issued any public statement. The same thing they did in 1967. Because we know, when you want to talk about the genocide, British committed the fourth genocide against indigenous people in that political space. I keep repeating it. The record we had here of the genocide of 1967 is 7.2 million. 7.2. They are telling you it's only 3 million. It's 7.2. That is what they wanted to eradicate us. Completely wiped us out from the earth. That was the plan of the British and Nigeria. We need to go back to the history. So you don't think that it is Biafra or IPOB agitation today or Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that started the Igbophobia you're seeing in Nigeria today. Which themselves, the Nigerian state, and their Yoruba counterparts are everywhere in some West Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa championing the hatred against Igbos that are doing their legitimate businesses out of their jealousy and the envy and greedy. You have seen them on TikTok. You have seen them in all platforms spilling hatred against Ndigbo, calling for mass eradication of Ndigbo in any country they are. We are only here to guide our people. We are only here to make sure that you are aware of the danger. They bring the mantra of Igwe. And on that, our people begin to run like headless chicken, like they cannot be under one single umbrella. And the IPOB, they are surprised that IPOB have come to change that self-destructive narrative. That is what they are seeing today. They never believe. Who came to our land, who come to our geographic space, and without invitation through Royal Niger Company. Where did Britain had the agreement of amalgamating us with this northern? So Sokoto Caliphate, they are calling today the headquarters of world terrorists. It never happens before. Sokoto Caliphate. About women protest 1967, 1999. British commanded their army. They went outside and brought people that slaughtered our mothers. That did not end there. 1945 as well. British slaughtered our people. Slaughtered our people. And then 1952, 1953, and 1966, they slaughtered our people by claiming this same British a coup that was designed to deliver this Nigeria that we are still dying for today. British turn around. They are the one that engineered our people. They are the one that engineered Nzogu and others. And they turn around, go to the northerners and tell them, look, are you going to stand there and see this thing happen? Just because they want to control the oil in Biafra land. British said that they will kill us. Harold Wilson said that we cannot allow Biafrans to be free or to have their freedom over the vast resources they have. If you allow Biafrans to have their freedom, you are not sure what they're going to become in future with their resources. That is what Harold Wilson said. Therefore, that he doesn't care 500,000 Biafrans being slaughtered in 1967. A sitting prime minister, this same Britain, they engineered the slaughtering of our people in 1966. Where in the world do you see coup and counter coup? Where in the world, if it's not orchestrated, a coup was made and you went and supported the northerners, wind them up to do a counter coup. And the Ojukwu, who was in the north, never used his position to destroy the north. He called his people, instead of us to die here, instead of me to be a military man serving in the north and my people are being slaughtered, okay, let me go back home. Our people, let's go. The British vowed that we cannot have peace. They went to Aburi Accord. Everything agreed and signed, only for our people to return home. British called and they had war on our people. In the process, 7.2 million Biafrans, women and children, were slaughtered. On top of it, British Prime Minister Harold Wilson said that cannot change the policy they have in Nigeria. And they slaughtered our people in cold blood, the highest genocide the world have ever witnessed. Are you wondering why British is not saying anything? Oh, a Christian genocide. Are you wondering? Mazi Nnamdi, British citizen, British connived, went to Kenya, kidnapped this man, extraordinarily renditioned him. For 4 years, they could not find anything to convict Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Every word, every boy listened to the nonsense Omoto Show was listening, was reading out. What a kid of kindergarten cannot any single IPOB member, even ordinary Igbo youth, dress well, you will see they will molest that person, they will naked them, they will disgrace them, but they will see bandits. They will have a meeting with bandits. A bandit killed police high commissioner in the north, took the dress of the police high commissioner, came and meet Nigerian political officials. Can you ever believe that? A British police high commissioner, a bandit killed him, took his wear, his wear up, and come to the Nigerian executive meeting. And they didn't ask him, why are you wearing a deceased police uniform that you killed, to come to the meeting? And these things were going on, and they were blackmailing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, bringing things that does not exist. They brought even, what do you call it, masked men to come and witness Mazi against Nnamdi Kanu. They were in the court. How can somebody, where in the world, I'm asking our people, where in the world do you see you yourself as a human being, as a Nigerian, where in the world do you see somebody wearing a mask to come and witness against you? How do you know that the person standing there, how do you explain this? Person that you don't know, you don't see his face. Where did he knows you? He covers his face, coming in the court, witnessing against you, saying things against you. And you don't even know the face of the person who is saying things against you. From one to A to B to C to D. The British were keeping quiet. As they are doing all these things, we are attacking our businesses in Lagos. They send one of their agents to go to China to make sure that they destroyed the business hub for our people in China. And our people they cannot use their numbers. Is that we are in a war that is not openly declared against Ndibo. Go and what they did in the trade fair. Go and look at what they did. Billion worth of business. They destroyed it. They used bulldozer, destroyed it. And they called you one Nigeria. And when we are agitating to go, they will say, why do you want to? Why do you want to go? Why Igbo people are troublemakers? They molested our people. They destroy our business. They send their agents to international to attack our business. The Yorubas went to anywhere African country. They will go there and blackmail our people. And instead, you do not get it. I don't know the obsession the Yorubas has against our people. I don't know where it's coming from. I don't know where it's coming from. If you look at the history of the Yorubas from the onset, you will see that even 1996 to 1966 coup, it was Ojukwu that released Awolowo. It was Ojukwu. It wasn't an Igbo man that jailed Awolowo. It was a Nigerian state that jailed Awolowo. But it was an Igbo man that released Awolowo to go and organize his people, so that these people will not overrun us, this caliphate. But rather for Awolowo to do that, Awolowo was the one who brought the worst policy the world have ever witnessed against our people. People who barely came out of war of 3 years, losing 7.2 million. Awolowo, the policy of 20 pounds, steal all the money, frozen all the money. People that came out from war, Look at that hatred. Somebody that an Igbo man saved his life. The payback he did to Ojukwu is by putting the policy of £20. It was him. It was him that also brought the idea of airland and sea blockade. Awolowo, Obasanjo and Adekunle, General Adekunle, were the one that lead the Black Scorpion that give the order, a marching order to the whole entire East to kill every Biafran child from 10 years down. That was the policy, 1967-70, because they felt that Biafrans cannot be defeated. They are not backing out. They are not backing down. They had marching order. This Obasanjo you're looking at, this Obasanjo, him and Adekunle were given order. They led the battalion that they called Black Scorpion. Go and check the history. The marching order was kill everything that moves. Any child, any Igbo child from 10 years old, they should cut them down. And you'll be asking, what is the offense? What did the Igbo do to these Yoruba people? What is this business? Who taught them this hatred there against Igbo? Where is it coming from? The same Yoruba people, the very first in the history of countries and nations that an Igbo man was deported from Yoruba land, from Lagos to Headbridge Onocha. It was done by a Fashola. We all saw it in 2000. Was it 2015 or 17? Igbo people were deported from Nigeria, right inside Nigeria. They were lost. It was the same Yoruba people that said that if Igbo man did not vote a man of his candidate, they would throw them in lagoon. But they were saying that they are convicting Mazi Nnamdi Kanu what he said. But all these open threats, all this open genocide called on the Igbo people, no one has been arrested. No one has been questioned. Why calling for genocide against particular people? Why threaten a particular race that are doing their legitimate business, contributing to the country, paying tax to Lagos State? You threaten to throw them into lagoon because of vote. P2B's election here, 2019, Ndi Igbo were prevented from voting in Lagos. They were stopped. But still, that did not stop P2B from winning on a landslide Lagos. But what happened? The same Yoruba people, they make sure that the P2B never get into, whether they are political or general or few of them, I don't know. But this is a consistent hatred against Ndi Igbo for no reason. Our people should know that why am I touching some of these things? It's for us to know the history. It's not about IPOB. It's not about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The hatred is so deep that we have no other choice than to seek for self-determination so that we can protect our land, so we can protect a future for our children, so that we cannot be extinguished out of this world. Our race should not be decimated. Isn't it ironic? that Boris
Mazi, your voice is no more coming out.
came to Imo State and the Imo State welcomed him. And this thing is still fresh to it's still fresh just today. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I don't know what.
The broadcast itself is not well in function. But
It's
of
not
course,
that-
in a short time, we're going into picking up calls. So, Mazi, if you are going to round up, I don't know if Mazi Jonathan has connected the system properly. Mazi Jonathan,
Yes,
how
yes, yes,
is it
yes,
going,
yes.
please?
Of course, yes, yes.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for the hiccup there. Please, in summary, please, we need to understand that our agitation is legitimate. There is no other time we need the support of each other than this time. I keep saying this and I have said it a number of times. We've been hated. We are not wanted in Nigeria. You can see it yourself. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have preached about this, telling you that these people are coming. Like I said, the former British Prime Minister that came to Imo State today, yapping and talking goof all over the place, don't even know what to say. This is the man on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped in Kenya. He made mention of it. He mocked Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And today he came to Igbo land after they use frivolous, fake accusation to sentence Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He came to Igbo land and some Igbo people will come this bullying former prime minister, a whole bully himself. Our people need to learn how to resist people like this. Once people hate you, you don't have any, as long as you're not the one that initiated the hate, you hate back. You hate back. Somebody don't like you. You don't need to like the person. You don't need to run before the face of the person. They know what they are doing. All of a sudden, he didn't go to Caliphate again. He didn't go to Sokoto. He didn't go to the north. He now Imo State, the same Imo State that I remember, was it 3 years ago? They were running PR for Quebec in Imo State. That is the best governor in the whole Nigeria. And that was the advert came all over the face on all over the place on social media, and we were seeing it. And the whole people that they used to run the advert was British people, white people in Britain, telling us, okay, is the best governor in the whole Imo State. None of you see that these are the game. It is the oil and gas in Imo State. The same oil and gas they told them they used to divide our land, saying that our people in the rivers, in the coastal region, are not Igbo people. They call it Patakot, call it South, call it the Southeast. It's a land. All of a sudden, Boris Johnson found a way to come to a landlock, to come and address Imo people, like he knows the boundary of Imo State. He was talking, he was blambling all over the place. He don't even know whether he want to call Nigeria or he want to call Imo State. And if you ask him, who are the Imo State you are firing? Did he give us a good road? Did he give us a hospital? The insecurity in Imo State, they spearheaded for completely 3 good years. All of a sudden, they didn't see it. He didn't notice it anymore. Imo State is safe now to come. And now who is pulling who? Our people now can see the reason why we are suffering what we are suffering. All this engagement you are seeing in all those killings you are seeing in all those places are the area that they have discovered what they discovered, and they don't want our people to see as they're laying the oil pipeline crossing those areas. Our people need to know why they created that artificial insecurity in Imo State. Imo State never been a hub for IPOB, even when if you want to talk the real about it. But you got just see, all of a sudden, Imo State become there's no much activities of IPOB in Imo State. How comes? Now you know, all of a sudden, Banku is in Imo State, but Johnson is in Imo State. All of them that never talk about the incessant killings. All of them that never talk about the inhuman treatment of our people. All of them that never condemn the military checkpoint that we have been besieged for the over 1970 to this very moment. We have provided evidence for them. They never talk anything. All of a sudden, they find their way today in Imo State addressing Imo people as if they have disintegrated the Nigerian state. Biafrans, in summary, I will want us to pay very serious attention, go back to the history. We want us, the IPOB is the only last thing we have. IPOB is the only last thing we have. Mazi, Nnamdi, Kanu, and IPOB, they have done their worst now to see whether that trap they set for nearly 4 years, if IPOB is going to on it, so that they will provide evidence to the international community. Now you see it, the IPOB it's in Nnamdi Kanu and the IPOB, they are the one now. You see it, it's not the North, it's not the North. They want to balance the ravaging of the North from the Fulani Janjaweed. They want to balance it, that the same thing is happening everywhere. It's not a Christian genocide. But we know it's a Christian genocide. We know that they are in agenda to take over the whole Nigeria. The Yubo people also know. But the British want to use them to make sure they have unrestricted access to the natural resources. They have been taken for nearly 120 years till now. We're not going to be a sacrificial lamb to be used to keep Nigeria one. Our people, you must remain united. You must know that you have IPOB here. This is the only formidable force you have on ground now that have challenged the status quo of the zoo. And also, even to Africa. If you look at what Ibrahim Traore is doing today, you will know that that man has been listening to Radio Biafra. And you can see now the campaign the zoo government is doing. Radio Biafra now. The only thing, the only national source of information we have as a race, because Nigerian media will never give you accurate information on what is happening in Nigeria. Talk less of what they will be doing to the east. So we must support our own. If you are a member of IPOB before, return back to the zonal meetings, support financially, support also by ideas and views and suggestions, so we can match together. The reason why they kept Mazi Nnamdi Kanu there and they kept him for 4 years is to see whether they would destroy IPOB and their leadership. And they know now that they cannot destroy them. They know now they cannot destroy them. And they have made the worst mistake by sentencing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu unjustly. And they have made Mazi Nnamdi Kanu hero. The hero. They have made the IPOB movement now, and the whole world is talking about it. Anybody that doesn't know about IPOB and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu now have it. And there is only one outcome in all this, is going to be Biafra restoration. Once again, I want to also encourage you to remain very strong. We want to reiterate that this Biafra restoration, we are not back down, regardless the injustice against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We are not going to quit. We are not going to surrender. We are going to restore this Biafra, and nothing is good. So remain very strong. Like Ndigo, this is everything you have now. You have seen everything. The other day, you see Obi Kubana come and testify what he himself, with all his money, is going through in Nigerian states. If he had not come out and say it, would you know? But he said that he's just putting up smiling face as if things are normal. But you don't know. I don't want any Biafran to be distracted by the content creators on social media. We must focus on what is going on and make sure that the case of the injustice against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did not die after 2-3 weeks. We must keep the light burning. We must keep the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the Biafra restoration and the injustice against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and our people on social media. No distraction of any sort of the brouhaha of content creators. They're going to come up with it so that you will leave what is happening and follow the content creator. Remain very strong. Remain resolute. This Biafra, we are going to rest. We have passed the hardest part of this. They have done their worst, nothing else. They have done their worst. And we must remain very strong. It's the time Ndigo must unite and support this movement. Support it in any way you can. Reach out to the IPOB leadership. It's not about Mazo. It's not Mazi. It's not about Mazi Chinedu. It's not about Mazi Nzurumike. Neither Mazi Abanyim or Mazi Nnachino here or Mazi Chinasanworu or any member of the. It's not about us. As I said, we are comfortable here. But it's the suffering for our people, injustice about our people is what is keeping us sleepless night here. When we look at it, we feel like doing something, and we need your support. If there's no other time an Igbo man should understand the hatred against Igbo, this is the time now. And we have something to hold on to, which is IPOB. If the world is not banding us here, you will know that what we are doing is legitimate. And of course, we are doing legitimate. You see our videos, you see us everywhere. Nigerian government, they confronted them here with all the insecurities and all the genocide going on in Nigeria. Then they never said it's IPOB now. Trump said that he want to come and attack bandits and criminals and killers and terrorists in Nigeria. IPOB said that we welcomed it, and they are protesting against it. But they call IPOB terrorists. Do you see what we're saying? On this note, we must remain very strong and focused. And I promise you and I assure you, this Biafra, we are going to restore it in truth and honesty, and nothing anybody is going to do to stop it. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu must be released. must be really a must.
Azayoba, our very, very formidable deputy. He is also one of our finest. Mazi Azayoba is known for his bluntness and outspokenness. We thank you very much for that very rendition. And I must say, it is well spoken. This, of course, we are going to entertain some few questions to that leave in the hands of in general, the platform host, the host of the platform, for to now do.
Okay, Mazi, I think we're going to just directly to entertaining questions. Is that? Mazi, can you hear me? I think we're going to just few minutes break so that when we come back, just few minutes, we'll take entertain questions exclusive. Questions, exclusive questions, please. Just
that needs to be had. Your thought?
The Sharia.
Yes.
Now it was Dr. Ebenezer Obadare, he used to be one of our colleagues in those early days, who recommended that two solutions to address the problem in Nigeria. Put pressure on the
yes, I was speaking, but
then ban Sharia
just hold on.
in 12 northern states.
I was talking, but all of a sudden, I don't know whether is something connection. Can you hear me, Mazi? Can you hear me? Mazi Zurmi, are you hearing me?
Are we now on air?
Yes, of course, of course. I was speaking. Can you hear me, Mazi?
We can hear you.
Okay. So I think
Sure.
I have people because we're already back from the break.
Sure. I can hear you.
Yes.
Wonder if you are there.
I am here. I am here.
Yeah, we can hear you. It seems it's coming up on echo. I don't know.
No. Is it okay now? Is it okay now? Can you hear me?
Yeah. We want to entertain some.
Yes, yes. There is a call. Just few questions, exclusively questions, please.
Yes, I think it's okay. Can you hear us?
Of course, I've been hearing you. I was hearing you. I was hearing you. And we need few questions. Just few questions. Can you guys hear me? Mazi, can you hear me? What is happening? What is happening? Just let us see.
Three or
Also,
four questions. I don't know.
ban you. The thing
We
to
can
know
hear
is
you,
that
but it's coming with a
Sharia
delay. So
Systematic anti-Christian persecution.
I don't know the reason for that.
Your network.
Maybe you should disconnect that sound from the background. I don't know whether it's another radio you're playing or something. I don't know.
Okay. I'm hearing. I'm here. I've been hearing you. I've been hearing you. You can hear me now, right? Let me shift
We
this.
can hear you now. Like you still just few questions, like 3 or 4, 5.
Yes.
Not more than 4 questions.
Yes. Please. We need a question to entertain questions. Just few questions exclusively. The number to call, as you may know, Mazi, please continue. Let's see. Continue, Mazi. Can you hear me now? Mazi Zurumike, please. Any of you hearing me?
Yeah, heavy attack on our system.
I'm
We can
overwhelmed.
hear you now. Is
Yes.
it better now?
We can hear you now. It sounds better now, by the way.
My goodness me, I cannot understand.
Mazi Jonathan, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you, but I don't know.
He's not. Okay, he's not hearing us.
Yes, I'm hearing you now.
But we can hear him. Mazi,
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
hear you now.
And the caller, please,
He
we
said,
move on. You can hear.
he
You
said
can hear me,
that.
right?
Yeah, but then that system had a quite good. The reason why
Sorry, can you hear me now? Sorry, I muted myself and I was speaking to you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
okay. Yes, we said we can hear you, and now it even sounds much better than before.
Yes. Sorry, I muted. I was muted just few seconds ago. And please, I have this caller. Caller, can you hear me? Are you there? Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Okay, it has dropped. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me, please?
Good evening, sir.
Yeah. Can you
Good
hear
evening,
me? Yeah, please.
Good evening, Mazi.
There.
Yeah, I can hear you. I go
Okay.
on.
Yes, go on, please. Straight to the question.
Okay, good evening. Yeah, my question is this. I have two questions to ask. Number one is this, yesterday when you were playing a rhetoric from the US House of Senate or something, who seated against this issue of uh, killing of Christians in Nigeria. He was asking one of their whatever ambassador the question, but I want to ask, why is this word terrorist a hard thing for them to say it out whenever they are talking about Fulani in this part of the country? Because he was saying repeatedly Fulani militant. So I'm just asking, will they be held against that if they use? I'm just being objective here. So I know it's not rightful to bring in this conversation or maybe today's topic, but I just want to know, why is it hard for people to accept that these people are terrorists? No, no,
Nancy, do you hear him?
I know him, but then
Yes, I can
hello,
hear
sir.
you.
Yes.
Okay,
Mazi
let's
Onyemuche.
take that one very.
Yes.
Let's take that one real quick. It's very simple.
Okay.
For so many years now, the oil money or the resources from Biafra land, from Anambra Aguleri side, from Ohaji Ebema in Imo State, from Abia State, because nobody is telling you that that's where they're making the oil and gas. That's nobody is telling you that's where the resources is coming from. They keep on telling you South South is Ogoni. That Ogoni area, nothing. It's almost nothing left there. You only have, completely damaged environment that is no longer safe for anybody to live. The latest pipeline being laid to the northern Africa, the intended to penetrate Europe, is coming from Biafra land. Everybody knows that. The Nigerian news media will not want the world to know. They don't want even the so-called Nigerians to know that is where the resources are coming from. Those pipelines are not from Ogoni anymore. They are being laid in Imo State, in the heartland of Igbo land, and also our the Igbo land in the River State, in the riverine areas. We also have Eche area. We have Opobo. We have Ikwere land. All these places, all these Igbo communities are also being siphoned. But the point I want to make is the funds from these areas are what's being used to propagate lies over the years. The zoo media apparatus has been designed to suppress the truth and to ensure that falsehood is being spread all over. So it also boils down to nomenclature, how you use it. You can imagine peaceful Biafrans being proscribed or being named terrorists. You know, how can you name peaceful people in their life? People who have not been able to do other human beings. You cannot, label them. But you see the real terrorists parading themselves in military gear, drone. They used to target the military. We saw recently how they beheaded. You see them everywhere, wreaking havoc, happened in Syria by American forces. So these guys are more deadly. You understand? So these guys can behead at will. They can destroy lives and properties at will without any questioning. They are worst terrorists you have ever known on earth, but nobody wants to label. It's because they're using the funds raised from our resources to, kind of oppress the truth that is out there, just to manipulate and give them a pet name. I call it pet name because what is banditry? The typical banditry are like drug barons, drug cartel, mafia. These are people we can say banditry. No, we are talking about people who really go down to ransack villages, decimate lives and properties, and take over land and properties of people. And then making sure that scores of people who were preoccupying the land before they came are completely decimated. These are terrorists by definition, and nothing less than that. They are not bandits. They are not petty criminals. There is nothing like a header, farmer crisis of anything. And I think the Americans know the truth. Maybe the person he's referring to was being judicious, was in somehow what I said, so being, a bit economical with the truth. And but it's just about an individual. But I think most of them have identified these elements for what they are, and that is terrorists. Thank you very much, and I think we can take another call.
Yes, thank you.
Let me just Mazi Jonathan.
Yes.
The second question.
All right.
Can I ask the second question?
No, hold on. Mazi Machi wants to say something. Wants to add
Okay.
something.
Mazi, you can ask yourself why the U.S. Congress, why are they pushing for the Christian genocide? Much better than the media. Ask yourself about that. Ask yourself, where has been the Nigerian media over the years that this Christian genocide has been ongoing? Ask yourself. So if you can ask yourself this critical question, then you know that it is a systemic agenda. Tag those who are not terrorists, while those who are the terrorists, you just call them bandits or call them criminals, so that they won't be looked on a negative aspect. So these are the things we must continue to expose. It is a systemic. It goes across the media. It goes across the judiciary. It goes across the politics, the political system. It is systemic. But look at what the U.S. Congress are doing. Look at how they are holding the Nigerian states accountable. So when you note these things, you know that it is an agenda, a systemic agenda, historic in the Nigerian states, far long ago. And they control the media. So call it whatever name you call it across the Nigerian states, whatever media house you call them, they are being controlled. Oh, don't talk about the Christian genocide. until the American Congress begin to tackle them and expose these things. They were hiding it before. They were hiding it. But imagine the way they tried to label our leader. Imagine the way they tried to tag IPOB, a terrorist group, across the Nigerian states. Just imagine. It comes down to what we've been saying. Systemic. Marginalization, systemic. Oppression, systemic genocide. So that is it, Mazi. Mazi Jonathan, we can go to the next question.
Please, the next question.
Mazi Onyemuche, please. Quick one.
Okay.
If you just very quick, first one.
The second one is this. I realize that there is a light that has been thrown amidst the darkness, but to illuminate the glorious victory of our Nnamdi coming out with flag. Fine, but another thing is this. I was asking myself, I said, why did these people do what they did, taking him to Sokoto? It's not a problem. Now, looking at it, I think we are dancing down to the tune of, accept them engaging us for referendum. Fine, whoever that will want to engage us. But my question on this contest is that, do this requires us going through referendum, going to way that the verdict was not really a good one, and also that they never had a clear picture of what they have done to take somebody who have been justified, from a kidnapping, whatever they did in Kenya, to Nigeria, who the whole world has said is him and pay him damages. Now they have also come down to convict him of no reason in their own constitution or law. Now I'm asking, can we also welcome at this juncture referendum from any person that will engage him in the secret to accept referendum? Can we also do that? That's my question. Thank you so much. I remember
Mazi, do you understand what he said?
Mazi, I did not get it smoothly. I think I heard of referendum.
Yes.
And the issue of how they took him to Kenya and everything, and then sent our leader to Sokoto, and then, but then the connection between his argument was not clear to me. I don't know if you understood him. Can you?
I wanted to ask because what I understood is people that did this thing to Onyendu, did the secret rendition to Onyendu. How can we accept the referendum from them? I wanted to ask him for clarification, but he just switched off. So I don't know.
Okay. Okay, I think I can sense where he's going. Is he just trying to say is like if the same people can take our leader to Sokoto and manhandle him and maltreat him, probably how can we expect them to give us referendum? The point is that we are not working towards the zoo itself, giving it to us. Nobody, we have learned in life that nobody serves you your freedom on a platter of gold. It is never done. You fight for it, but the IPOB methodology is not that of violence. It is that of peaceful approach and tactful approach. That means application of your common sense and your high gravity of brain work, and finally ensuring that all your tentacles are touching all the nerves they're supposed to touch to bring you the right result. And that is example of that is what is unraveling right now, having a world power demonstrating to the zoo, which is a light feather power actually, because when we talk of America, zoo is just a mere feather weight. It is not even up to a feather weight. So we have now a heavyweight telling them the right thing, telling them what is happening, and telling them what they expect them to do. Otherwise, it is the question. Otherwise, probably they will come after the terrorists. They are not even threatening the zoo.
They are not threatening the existence of the zoo itself, but we know what that means, because if the United States can come after the terrorists that be in the zoo that are very destructive, they are doing so because of their own national security interests as well. Because we can recall, recently, not quite far away from now, in the past, that a Yoruba boy was picked up on a flight. I've forgotten the name that was very name attached to that is description. There's a way
Abdul
the United
Muttalab, the
States,
shoe
I
bomb.
think they
Is it
call
the
it diaper,
shoe bomber?
the guy that hit bomb in his diaper, if you remember.
Abdul Muttalab, something like that. Yes.
Exactly. If you remember, he's from Yoruba land. He's a zoo guy. We also have a Yoruba guy who, on the street of London, was used knife. I mean, the guy used knife to slit the throat of a soldier, an unarmed soldier in the street of United Kingdom. And with his bloody knife, he was there demonstrating why he did so in the name of his God. And we know that we do ask God to fight for us while we also practically do the needful. But these people believe that they fight for their God. And we know that America don't take it easily. America have seen the danger, because people are saying, why is America taking this upon themselves and all that? Why are they taking Panadol on somebody? Said no, they are doing it because they have tested it before. Somebody from Nigeria, Yoruba, a guy, a terrorist of Yoruba extraction, had a bomb hidden in his diaper, headed to United States of America. And you think the CIA doesn't remember? You think that FBI has forgotten? You think that the ministry or the Secretary of State and their ministry, they have forgotten? You think the American intelligence have forgotten all these things? They know that the zoo is a country of concern. And it's not about Tinubu or whatever. They know that this thing can spread like fire to their own shores. And what they're doing is to prevent that from happening. They say a stitch in time saves nine. That's what is happening as we speak. But we, as Biafrans, are also, in the same vein, um, um, kind of having the advantage of that. I thank God because of the strategy from this very leadership on time earlier before on, which I'm not at liberty to expose on air. The effort being made in general to make sure that at least Americans begin to see this very, very threat as it is. It is not just a threat against our own people, but they have realized that this thing is also a threat to their own national security interests. So, my brother, I think that is why what is happening is happening. So, Mazi, I don't know whether our brother understands or whether that answers his question. I don't know. If
Yes,
not,
He has logged off. I think
Deputy,
it's
in
okay. You've
addition,
done. Yes.
okay.
Mazi Jonathan,
Yes.
can you hear me? In addition to what Deputy have already said, what I got from his question, let me just add there. Referendum goes beyond the zoo Nigeria. Referendum goes beyond even England itself, Britain itself. Referendum, as you keep pushing it to international community, it get them to the table of the United Nations. That is why the creation of the United Nations was done. Self-determination. At that very juncture, when United Nations get to approve your self-determination, it goes alongside with referendum. A call for referendum comes from the international community designed by the United Nations. And then they call on the country in particular, this very section of your people, a group of your people, a region of your people, their demand for referendum is legalized.
Yeah.
So not even the Nigerian state can stop it.
Exactly.
Not Britain can stop it. And that's why you hear Britain resisting that very tag of Christian genocide, because they know that from there something can be born, something can happen across the Nigerian states.
Yeah.
So
what I would like our brother to understand, following what you are saying, is that what is happening now is the first stage. Referendum is as a result of second or final phase. By the time we're talking about that, probably the international community is now fully into the whole business, including the United Nations you mentioned, probably who will participate in the conduction of something of that very magnitude. I think that is fair enough as an answer. Yes,
debunking the Christian genocide.
Yeah, sure.
And as we are speaking now, Boris Johnson, the former Prime Minister of Britain, was in Imo State today.
Yeah, shameless.
And telling the world that he's in Nigeria, and there is no everything he said. It is systematic. They have gone to debunk the Christian genocide so that they can quit whatever that might come up, or that is about, but they cannot stop it. That is what they have to understand.
They cannot.
What is about to happen in the Nigerian contraction is a design made by God Himself, and they cannot stop it. It's far above them.
No.
Something. Look at what Boris Johnson told our people in Imo State, and the audience were clapping for him. He told them.
Mazi, are you surprised? When we say people are clever, it does not mean that.
This is what he told them, and I quote. He said, "We export huge quantity of whiskey to Nigeria in of crude oil.
He wants to damage our heads with whiskey." It's so bad again. Mazi, have you forgotten the same? Some of a group of our people. I don't know how we reason. When the same deadly Buhari was alive, he came to Imo State, he wore Isiago and everything. You still had some of our people, some, as usual, it's all about what enters the pocket. And what were they sounding? I'm telling you about grown-ups. These are fathers, these are grandfathers. They gathered together, assembled together, singing praises to the same genocidist. And clapping for him, singing Akanchawa, hey, Akanchawa, Buhari Gachi. Have you not seen that video?
You are talking about that very one. It hasn't been replicated by Soludo.
Oh, definitely. Absolutely.
So, replicated by Governor Ifanyo.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. What will happen is let's see who else is online now.
Yes, somebody is online.
Let's see who else is online.
Yes, caller on WhatsApp, please go on. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp.
I can hear you. Mazi,
okay, you are the person that called before. Are you?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Go on now, please. Sorry for the.
I was asking No, that's okay. I was asking a question initially, but the line was a bit disruptive. And my question is, there's this set of group of people I have noticed on social media, more especially on TikTok. I can give them a name. The first set, I call them emergency lovers of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This set of people, maybe because they seen Onyendu was illegally rendition and they illegally, reduced their force judgment. So they did not understand from the beginning. Then the second set of people are those ones, either they have been expelled, those are fallen heroes, and who still attach themselves claiming to be IPOP members. And this set of emergency lovers go on that platform getting fed with false information, narrative. And the issue I have seen there is Onyendu backbone is IPOP, and IPOP backbone is the leadership. And this set of people always target the core backbone of IPOP, knowing fully well if they designate the backbone of IPOP, Onyendu has no backbone. So, and I have want to bring it to the notice, if the leadership is aware of this, is there something like what they replicate in the S platform that can be done on TikTok? I know some of our IPOP member on that TikTok as well, trying to, educate these people so that they can not be fed with, false narrative, trying to make them to turn against people who are there to save them as if they are the problem. So I just want to know if the leadership is aware of this and what can be done to reduce this trend.
Yes,
Thank you.
Mazi, that's a good one, and I want to appreciate you for what you pointed out. Of course, the members of the leadership are much aware of all these challenges. I must tell you that I thank folks like Mazi, Jonathan, Mazi, Mwachineke, the name of Anthony, below Mazi, Alozi, and so on and so forth. All of them that have been in this media, piloting our media platforms. I must also thank all those our media warriors because you have people who anchor, and then you have those individual media warriors doing fantastically well. They do a whole lot to confront some of these challenges, and I'm going to urge all Biafrans to please be part of this. Whenever you see some of these challenges, do not leave it for media warriors alone to fight. You have your platform, you have your phone, you have your data. If you can, drop in some honesty to the whole thing and do justice to the challenges right there as you see it, I will encourage you to do so without any delay. I think he's pointing out to the renegades and the so-called opportunists who are trying to have what you call content creation. Some of them, and they are going to want to make a little money for bread and breakfast. I'm not against anybody making money for bread and breakfast, but please, not on falsehood and not on propaganda. We must continue. Mazi, thank you very much for that question. I think we can move on to the next.
And also, Mazi, if I might add one statement, social media is an infinite space, and this fight is for everybody. So, IPOB leadership cannot control, or even IPOB cannot control everything that is happening on the media. On the social media space, be it a Facebook or any type, any platform. But we have the obligation, all of us, every IPOB member, every Biafran, in order to confront any negativity wherever we see them. That is what I want to add. Mazi, I don't know whether you are still here.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Even what you're saying, you are right, because some of us who are the IPOP member on TikTok, we do relate, but before we carry anything, we must have to notify, get the blessings, because we have been talking about that, but we say let us get make the leadership be aware of this thing that is going on, and also if we can talk on privately to see how we can able to move on the next step.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think, Mazi, Nzurumike, I think there is no other. Let me take this question. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. I think you will be the last caller. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me?
Yeah, Mazi, good evening.
Ndewo Mazi, Dodrege.
Yeah. My name is Mazi Nnamdi Biafra from Olo Province. I thank our deputy HOD and all his crew members from the TOS. They are really, irrespective of the distraction time today, they have done well. And the answers they have given is very, very appalling. So my this thing goes towards what Mazi Nachi was commenting about the activities of the the legal team headed by Mazi Ejimako, that he has wanted to make a mistake again in the appeal court. But our leader, in as much as he himself has a mind of his own or whatever, that somebody, anybody that they want to, it doesn't. Is there nowhere? Is there nowhere that our leadership should wage that very thing before it happens? Because we don't want to. We know the fight we are fighting. Just like what we are talking about the media space. Many of them we are saying that the DEC are not doing anything. They are not doing anything. They are dead in arrival, and we are fighting with them. When you are fighting them, they say you are one of them. You are one of them. They are paying you. That's why you are doing this very thing. Is there anybody that will? So can't we send somebody maybe through Mazi the other man Nnamdi Ejiofor to reach Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that allege Macron and Maxwell of course should step off. Even if it's not bringing Mazi Ifeanyi Ejiofor or Mazi Ozogomo, you can get another person because prevention definitely is better than cure. So that's my question. Thank you.
Okay. Now, since Rumike.
Yes, Mazi, I understand our brother, his question and his anxieties are the same we hear everywhere, almost every time. And I must assure you that surely you're on point, and that question is very, very valid. But you see, our leader is not as imbalanced as people may think or suggest. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is sound, right? He is sound in the head. Some people want to suggest that he is somehow confused and all that. See, at some point, of course, he's stressed up. You can't be in that condition and somehow be 100% all right. But of course, there are limits to what you can define as not being balanced. We believe he's balanced, and but I think his decision leading to what has transpired was influenced heavily by those who had opportunity to be around him 247. When I mean 247, I mean those who almost visited him almost on daily basis. They went there, they traded with falsehood, they deceived, they were slicing and dicing all that, trying to portray some narrative quite very, very wrong. And the weakness of the DOS or the leadership when it comes to that is not being able to physically be available there to have a meeting with Onyendu, knowing fully well what that could mean. So we had to work with lawyers and legal individuals, and then at some point this treachery led to the disconnection of a son known as Barrister Ozekome, and then of course Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor, a very, very good man for that matter. After their disconnection from the platform, we became almost disconnected as well. Of course, you mentioned Barrister Ejiofor Nemeka. He's a positive guy. I know he works with the other folks, but I don't want to rob him the same potty, or the same clay. I think Barrister Nemeka Ejiofor is an exceptional human being. We have also communicated our leader through him, and we get results when we communicate. Our stance have been made very clear. and that is we stand on that. Discharged and acquitted before they went into this very very final blunder. But we were making it clear, leading to the judgment, to the kangaroo judgment. We made it clear that we stood on that, and that was where everybody should have stood, including the so-called very very failures operating in a monkey shadow of law. These individuals are not lawyers. These people are not qualified. I don't know where they got the certificate from, because they lack the basic common sense of law. And for them to be parading themselves as Onyendu's lawyer, for us as an embarrassment, a monumental embarrassment for that matter. And I must assure you that we keep on pushing ahead to make sure that our leader accepts what could be a reasonable legal advice. But you see, he is a free moral agent, and just the way Chukwuka treated all of us, we to make choices, and for whatever reason he made those choices he made. We keep on letting him know that those choices uh, are not in his best interest. We know our leader as somebody who believes in superior argument, if you remember or recall. And we continue to believe that he believes in a superior argument, but he has the final say in everything. We also wish that before he headed to Kenya that we knew, assuming we knew, we'll have also we told him that Mazi, don't go there. Or that place is still like a jungle, because the zoo has its influences all over Africa. We will have discouraged him from going. But that also happened, like Mazi Anachi mentioned. It also happened that he traveled there without us knowing, not on first missionary journey, but also a second missionary journey. For whatever reason, we don't know. And all we need to do is defend him, protect him, and make sure that he's out of whatever he is. He's not a perfect human being. He's a human being. He's not. He's gifted and ordained from Chukwuka Abiyama. Chukwuka Abiyama asked him to come, and that is why he's alive today. Any other person would have been dead by now. Not everybody can withstand what Odida Mazi Kanu has withstood. He is withstanding it because his call is from heaven above. So let us be hopeful that the dice will turn around, and then let us all be engaged and not be somehow despaired, and remain focused. Very very important that we remain focused at this very very perilous time. Nobody should feel disconnected. Instead, please, everybody should roll out the sleeves and double your efforts. Very very key at this juncture. Thank you so much. I don't know any other question, otherwise we have to round up.
Mazi, you round up, please. Okay, just hold on, please hold on before you round up. Let this person has been calling. Mazi, please, caller on WhatsApp, please make it go straight to your question, please. We are at the verge of rounding off, please. Can you hear me? No, please. Can you close your app?
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you so much, Mazi, Jonathan, Chinedu. I greet all of you in the on the egg this evening. Mazi Zumi Kendewo, Deputy HOD, Mazi Zayuba, and Mazi Naji.
Please, can you go direct to the question? Please, I want to just pick you, please.
My question?
Yes.
Yes, Mazi Chukwudi here from South Africa. My question goes like this: since America is promising to come, and we hopefully will support their coming, and what I think that is happening in Nigeria at the moment is that they are sharing the Boko Haram and the bandit that is in the forest, moving them to different states in Nigeria. Because a few days ago, I heard that they are in Abaka, in Ebonyi State, in Enugu, and the rest of them. Is there anything we are doing to control them, or is there any way we can lecture our people in terms of forming village security in order to curtail them? Because the people that we are talking about, they are well equipped. and our people are not. Even if they want to, getting the materials to equip them is also very difficult for us. But for them, they are well equipped. So are we sure that, are we not worried about before the America will come, they will invade people, because the kidnapping is actually the alarm is getting higher in the south east and the south, the whole south. Are they not sharing this Boko Haram to attack people because of the fear of America? If they are doing so, is there any way we can help our people to minimize the casualty? Because yes, that I'm very worried about that. And
Okay.
also, I know that the last question is
Let's take only this question, Mazi, please. We are
All right,
at the verge of
Mazi,
closing. Please,
real
Mazi
quick,
Chukwudi.
real quick. I want to say that my own guess is as good as yours. And I want to say that you're on point. What is happening is exactly what is happening. What they're doing is to move, especially some of the very, very younger ones. If you watch Dangote trailer, and nowadays they're trying to use camouflage trailer, not written Dangote, so that they'll not be suspected so quickly. But absolutely, you see them, some of them are mixed up with cows. And then you have the headers on top, the terrorists on top with the motorcycles. You begin to wonder what they're doing with motorcycles, because we know headers are for walking by foot and carrying their what you call their sticks and all that. Of course, the headers of these days now have turned their sticks into AK-47. That has turned them into a proper terrorist. But you are right; they are increasing. We have seen the movement in the southwest. We have seen that in the so-called. I don't want to say south. That is makes the mentioning to look stupid. There is nothing like South South. You can call them riverine area. We can call them those, in a distributary area or delta region. It's okay, but there's nothing like South South. But I'm saying is that what I'm trying to say that you have the same movement spotted out there in the east, where we, our own side of the region, we also have exponential increase in the presence of these very terrorists parading themselves as headers. They are not headers. Yes, what can we do? Mazi, we have to give the proper security advice to our people. You know that the war chest of the zoo cannot be equated to the war chest of ordinary Biafrans who are only asking for freedom and doing so very, very peacefully without arms and armament. And that is why we thought it's not enough for us to do this alone, but to call in Americans, to bring in the world influential powers wherever we can. We know that not all of them will run to our aid, not United Kingdom and people of that sort. But there are those who may listen. We thank God that Trump came into power. He's not a perfect guy. There are things I don't like about him, but what I love him for being straightforward and a fighter for those that are oppressed. He believes that Biafrans are oppressed, the Christians are oppressed, and he believes that our people should have the choice of religion and be able to serve their God. So we have decided to make efforts on all fronts since we don't have the military hardware, which is not what we are designed to, but we are designed to raise the awareness and coordinate our people towards freedom. And I think it is yielding results because if you have United States of America flying a drone, it is something we Biafrans, no matter how much we contribute, can be able to afford, and not to that quality, not to that quality. These guys can operate all the way from Baltimore, from Boston, and operate in Nigeria. They don't need to be in Nigeria. They don't need to be in Africa. They will operate from their military base in the United States, right there. And this is how they operated in Iraq. No American, not of fighter jets went into the battlefield. Some of them were very, very sophisticated drones operated right there in the United States. So when the zoo is saying, hey, America is coming, I look at them and laugh. America doesn't need to fly in troops or anything. They will sit in their own comfort zone and operate their stuff. It is called satellite operation. And they have a high level quality of satellite that even an ant can be picked up. So trust what they can do. So all this group I have from the zoo is just nonsense. They will do the needful. We Biafrans will do our needful. All we need to do is that we have to advise our people to be cautious. And the little we have, of course, we cannot just say we relax only to wait for Americans to do what they can do. No, the little we have, my brother, we have to all channel everything we have towards protecting ourselves, our lives and properties. And sometimes don't forget how Biafrans fought the war. 1967 to 1970, we did not have surplus weapons or imported weapons. We had a blockade, don't forget. So we were manufacturing on our own. We survived it for good 3 years, and that was a World War III. That was a World War III. Nobody wants to mention it. Nobody wants to call it World War III. Do you know how many republics you have in the former Soviet Union? And Soviet Union was part of that war. How many republics? I don't want to start counting. Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Georgia, Ukraine, the proper Russia, and so many republics. They were part of this very war on behalf of the zoo. Then you have United Kingdom. Harold Smith said he wanted to supply fivefold of weaponry he initially, contributed, just to make sure that we're completely decimated. He said it is in document. So it was a world war. It was a world war, and nobody wanted to call it as it is. It is no wonder they killed nothing less than 10 million people, at least based on the record of the Society of Threatened People. Here in Germany, the Society of Threatened People has made it clear. These guys killed up to 10 million people. And we went to their office to ascertain it, and it was made clear that you guys were killed more than you people are just narrating. So, my brother, I think your question is valid, and I hope I've answered that question. Any other person, please?
No other person. Please go on towards rounding up, please. Go on.
Let's see if Mazi is there to give us just a minute of vote of thanks, or a round-up statement.
Okay, Mazi Jonathan, thank you for all you've been doing. All I will say is keep on keeping on. Do not relent. I know how formidable you are. Just keep on the momentum and keep on preaching this gospel of heaven that Elohim have assigned to you, and do not give up, do not be discouraged. And to Biafrans and lovers of freedom all across the world, let us continue to be not just hearer of this very gospel of truth and of this very gospel of freedom, but also doers of this very gospel, so that at the end, freedom will be ours, and we shall rejoice in motherland together and give glory to Elohim, to Adonai, to Eshadai, for his works, for his doings, and for his limited strategic events that took place and took us to the restoration of Biafra land. At the end of it all, that all glory, all honor, all adoration may be unto him and to him alone, in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, Yeshua our Lord. Amen. Onishi, back to you.
Yes, Mazi. Ndewo, Machineke. I want to also, by way of rounding up, also thank those I forgot initially. I of course, in general, I prefer always saying Biafrans all over the world. But of course, specifically Biafrans in Asia, you are not forgotten. You are in the forefront of what we are doing very, very specifically. We have Mazi Opanwa, very, very formidable Biafran, doing a very fantastic job in Asia. I must tell you, we have his record. He's one of our finest. Mazi Opanwa is the Asian rep as we know it. And of course, in Australia and Oceania, Mazi Ofoma, our Australia and Oceania representative, he is not just formidable, he is more than formidable. Mazi Ofoma is somebody you cannot lose. We need him. He has been doing a fantastic job. And we thank God for giving us a very, very fine Biafran. That's very formidable, I must tell you. We thank him for his job he has been doing from day one, a pioneer for that matter. Thank you, Mazo Former. And in America, there are those of them making sure that the structure remains solid. Mazi Alozie, thank you so much for piloting the affairs. Mazi Ike Peters, Baba Chijoke, and so many of you, Chinyoro Nyeche, and Dr. Tina, so many of you that I might not remember your name, but meanwhile, I must tell you, I remember so many of your faces. I remember, and I must tell you that you must continue. You must continue because the battle is for all of us, is for you, is for me, for future generation to come. We must do this job to make sure that we're not erased from this very, very global earth. And Canada, Chief Ogoke, you must continue the job and make sure that our people are intact, coordinating them accordingly, and remembering that we are all in this together. Biafrans, I must also say it, for those of them coordinating back home, please be a little bit careful. Some people also try to take laws into their hands. Something we call policy, decisions. Whenever you're making a decision, make sure when it is about policy decisions, make sure you get to my office, the office of Deputy Head of Directorate of State, or the office of HOD, the Head of Directorate of State, for an approval of such kind of policy decisions, so that we don't, steer the struggle into trouble, because less trouble, the better for all of us. I must also, by way of rounding up, call upon Governor Soludo. It is time to please begin the process of releasing Biafrans that have been adopted under your watch and under your conduction. Make sure that these people are released. These are your own people, your blood and kind. Make sure that these people are released. They have done no wrong, known to law. Biafrans must be released that are incarcerated unduly and by way of arbitrary moves. These are not things that should be recorded at this very time in this life. We are in 21st century. This is no longer, the darkest age of time for any governor or any politician to conduct himself the way they're doing back home. It is ridiculous. It is unacceptable. We should be able to be handling our own people like human beings. They are the creatures of Chukwuka Abiyama, not that of man. And therefore, we remain bent on saying it is incumbent upon us to ask any of you manhandling our people to stop doing so. Those of them incarcerated, please let them be released immediately without delay. Very, very important. Very, very, very key. And of course, my final note, I must remind Biafrans that it was a creed once echoed on Radio Biafra that indeed Biafra is our religion. And here, of course, on Radio Biafra, the hallowed platform, is where we worship Chukwuka Abiyama. And indeed, Chukwuka Abiyama himself is our God. And I want to pray my strength in the Lord at this stage, handing over back the microphone to our host, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, Ndewo, and thank you so much. We will be back on this very platform anytime soon. I think we're going to start doing this thing maybe twice in a month to engage Biafrans worldwide as time goes on. Thank you, Mazi.
There were Mazi Nzurumike and Biafrans and lovers of freedom. Notwithstanding the challenges in this broadcast today, which was overwhelming, but we persevered. Therefore, it is our duty to protect this struggle. For people that have asked questions about the social media space and all the rest, it is our duty in order to do the needful. You don't need the order or the leadership's order in order to do the right thing, to defend our cause. No, you engage, and that is it. So, Biafra remains our tradition, Biafra remains our ideology, Biafra remains our religion, and we must continue pushing on. The world, Nigeria will not give us a referendum, we will take it. It is above Nigeria, just as our deputy has said. Therefore, thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from here, it is simply good evening. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Alo province of Biafra land, and we are here live and direct. Today is the 17th day of November 2025. Father Bobo Cheke. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers to this hallowed platform where the gospel of both mental and physical emancipation is being preached. Therefore, we must continue in doing the needful. Biafrans and lovers of freedom, the fight for freedom, for liberation is not easy. It's a very tedious journey. Many things will be thrown at us because they know that once we have our freedom, once we are liberated, it is irrevocable. That is it. That is why you see transatlantic slavery took more than 400 years in order to come to an end. Because the slave master will never give freedom to the slave. It is up to the slaves in order to fight to be free. That is why it is a very risky and tedious journey. It is not something easy. That is why you should never back down. Because if you back down, it is better for you not to have started than starting and stopping on the roadside. Remember, in 1967 to 1970, our fathers, our uncles fought a very bitter, brave war of genocide committed against us. But they stopped with confidence, trust they have on Nigeria. That is why they stopped wholeheartedly, without any reserve. They stopped. And that is a most fatal mistake. I call it the most fatal mistake that our fathers ever made. Yes, they fought bravely. They resisted almost the whole world, the Arab world. They resisted, but they should have continued in one way or the other. They should have had the reserve. I'm telling you, because this is what we are suffering today. First of all, after the war, they balkanized our land. They divided our land. They divided our people. They divided the Igbo people. Carved some of our land to Benue, to Kogi, and smartly made sure to install or instigate self-denial, identity crisis in our land, so that whenever you talk about Igbo land, people say, hey, you're five states, southeastern states. It annoys me, I'm telling you. Even when our people are repeating this, they smartly carved out to make sure, oh, unlocked. Joe, what of Iguacha Igbo land? Down to the sea, Bonnie, yeah, Igbo people. But they smartly, that is what you suffer when you are defeated. When you don't have no reserve, you trust your enemy with your life. He deals with you as he wants. They smartly disintegrated us so that that was the first thing. So that we will no longer have the capacity of rising up. That is what they did to us. So that we continue fighting with ourselves that, oh, you are Igbo, you are not Igbo, I'm not Igbo, I'm Bendel, I'm Rivers, I am Bayasan, I am not Igbo. You Igbo people go. They instigated all these things purposely, so that as we continue having identity crisis, quarreling with ourselves, we will no longer be able, in order to face our common enemy. Now our common enemy will come now to become referees in our land. No. You are hinterland. No, you don't have anything to do with Ikwere. Ikwere are different people. Yes, Muike say he's not Igbo. He's from Benin. So these are things they want us to continue, so that we no longer have no single face, no common face to face our enemy. It's a tactics. After the Second World War, when Berlin was overtaken, remember, Soviet Union was the first country to reach Berlin before the other Allied forces, America and France and others Britain came. Remember, yes, they were allies to conquer, to defeat Germany, but they still have their interests. They divided Germany into pieces. Some part was for Soviet Union. You've heard about the Berlin Wall. You've heard about it, which was built to separate East and West Germany. Remember, even in the West Germany, they have some sites occupied by France, some Canada. They divided from Britain and America. So they divided them because that's it. And they considered splintering or annexing Germans, destroying Germany completely, so that there will be no person will be called a German any longer. This was on the table for the Allied forces, for the people, Soviet Union and America and their allies. They considered it to annex Germany, to Poland, Yugoslavia, Soviet Union. They divided among themselves so that they destroy Germany as a country, even as a language. No more German. But they considered something. You know, these people, they are wise. You call them Illuminati, illuminated souls. That is why you don't demonize Illuminati, please. I continue saying it. These are wise people. Why do you demonize Illuminati? But you, in your religion also, sorry for the perturbation, I don't know. My voice just ceased, or I don't know what happened. But we must continue. So, as I was saying, please, you know, I was talking about Germany. I was talking about Germany. And after the First World War, as I was saying, the Allied forces, including Soviet Union, they considered splitting Russia, splitting Germany, even to the extent of destruction of Germany, annexing Germany to other countries, neighboring countries, and destruction to destroy German language so that there will no longer be German citizen. If the side that is annexed to Poland, they will become Polish. They will be speaking Polish. They will be banned from speaking their language. The side that is annexed to maybe Soviet Union will become Russians, and they will be banned from speaking Germany or German, Dutch. The side annexed to America will be banned from speaking German. They become Americans, just like that. Because when I say annexing or annihilation of a country, it does not really mean that the country, everybody will be killed. No. That is what some of us don't understand. This is the policy they had for us Biafrans after 1970. Annexation of our land, our people, destruction of Igbo language, destruction of our languages, annexation of our land, turning our land into a place only meant for, or drilling of natural resources, only, not for development. It's a policy meant for us. Email Madonaya, Juku warned our people when they were agitating, declare Biafra, 1967. Juku warned because he was a soldier. He said, hey, what you people are agitating for is not easy. If you go to war, if you declare Biafra, surely there must be war because they will come. Gowon will come. Nigeria will come. They will fight us. You will not declare Biafra and they say, okay, bye-bye. No. And you'll be ready to fight to the finish. Otherwise, if you are defeated, you become their slaves, and slaves, the life of slavery is not a palatable life. It's not a good life. The life of a slave is not a good life. You want them. You know, our people, they don't understand sentiment. They say, no, because Ojukwu wanted to use diplomacy, notwithstanding our loss, notwithstanding the pogrom they inflicted on our people in 1966. Ojukwu wanted to, he didn't want to opt out of Nigeria. I'm telling you, after all, Ojukwu that time was handy in order to stop. He was one of the people that stopped this guy's Zogo's coup, military coup. It's a historical fact with Agi Hiroshi, Igbo people. Had it been he didn't want one Nigeria, he wouldn't have even stopped that military coup. I'm telling you. So he understood what it means to be defeated in a war. Ọgwa our people, ga-emenwukwa ihe dị n'ime ya. Ha si no, declare us, oh, no problem, no. After what happened, Okwa cannot the same place. We are still in the same thing. They fought gallantly for 3 years. Also, no reserve again, nothing again. And people run away. That is it. No reserve. Everybody go and survive on your own. Okay, be no warrior say, okay, be low, okay, be low. On your own, I go Borisho when you are human our people. They forgot. Declare Biafra, water. No. Now on your own, go and survive. I beg, go and survive on your own. Something Shinugwausa, the same place they were murdered like farm animals. The same place they were beheaded. Something that was fresh, not long ago, 3 years plus only. They forgot. They went there, no reserve. Sometimes if I remember this mistake, these fatal mistakes our people are making, I feel somehow, honestly. That's why, you see, IPOB, we shouldn't fail. And we are not going to fail. It doesn't matter what happened. We are not going to fail. Because if we fail, all of us merit to be burnt alive. Everybody. I'm telling you. It doesn't matter the suffering. It doesn't matter the disappointment. It doesn't matter the frustration from anybody. We have no reason to fail. No reason to fail. Never. Because agadi nwanyị daa ada ogbere abụọ agụọ ihe o bu na ihe na ọnụ agụọ ya ọnụ direct. That is what is happening. If we allow IPOB to be destroyed, our enemies will see us as everlasting slaves forever. I am telling you honestly. If you don't understand this, you understand it. What helped the Germans? You are listening to me from Germany. You are enjoying. What helped them is the illuminated souls of the Europeans. That is what helped them. They calculated in future. I was saying it, I said, look, because of religion, you demonize Illuminati. Hey, now on the Illuminati. Now, what type of mentality do these people possess? But in your Bible, your holy book, you praise Solomon. Solomon was an ardent Illuminati, ardent one. What of the three wise men, which you praise always? So you see that sometimes you are not coherent because of programming, religious programming and all. You are not coherent at all. You don't reason in a coherent manner. You praise Solomon for being wise, but in another way, you demonize wise people. You call Illuminati. The wise people that form the countries, streamline the policies that make countries advance. You demonize them. The Illuminatis of Europe, they say no. If we annihilate Germany, if we annex them, if we do too much bad to them, they will become a yes, we have conquered Germany. I want you to listen to how people reason, and you judge for yourself to what is happening today. They said no, we have conquered Germany. The highest thing we can do is to plunder Germany, humiliate them for the meantime, and after we rebuild Germany. There are many extremists among them say no. Germany brought untold hardship to not only Europe but to the whole world. Hundreds of millions of people died in that Second World War for no reason. For no reason. For just the fantasy of one person, of few group of people, which he sold to the country, and they voted him in. That is Adolf Hitler. Remember, Adolf Hitler was a product of democracy. You know, they don't tell you this. They hide all these things. They don't tell you that Adolf Hitler, because every time they're telling you that the Second War against the Nazis, come on, against Germany. It's Germany that fought that war. They used Nazi was the name of the party through which Adolf Hitler entered power. He was voted in democratically by Germans. Are you getting it? By Germans. Majority of Germans, they voted him in. Which means they applauded his ideology. So, let me continue what I was saying. As they defeated Germany, Hitler was gone, he killed himself, burned to ashes. They arrested many of his lieutenants. Now they were considering what to do with Germany. Remember, even that time, the Volkswagen company, which was one of the largest, if not the largest that time, car producing company, which they even converted in manufacturing, weapons. It was there. It was there. They were contemplating what to do, whether to destroy it, because of the anger in them. But the illuminated souls calm everything, that they say no. If we destroy Germany and forcefully annihilate, assimilate Germans, stop them from speaking their languages, force them to be Americans, to be French, to be English, to be Russians, to be Polish, to be Czechs by force. In future, they will be murmuring this story. They will be telling their children their story. And in future, their children or children, next other generation will rise up, and it will become highly catastrophic to the whole of Europe. They will rise up. And do you see that? Do you see where they are wiser than black race? Are you getting it? In the case of Biafra, they use, I don't know, they impose pogrom on us, killed us, committed genocide even before the war. And when our fathers came back in order to nurse our wounds and say, okay, the only place we'll be safe is in our land. So let us get out of Nigeria and be safe. They said, no, you are going nowhere. You must be part of Nigeria. And they imposed a genocidal war against us. And after everything, they still left us disintegrated. As you see, they said, no, these people, we will finish up with them. And they didn't know that it is that anger that is fueling what we are doing. Because we are not treated well. We have never been treated well since 1970. The 3R, rehabilitation, reconstruction, and reintegration, was never respected. And our last president of Biafra, Philip Effiong, General Philip Effiong, he told them, while signing the armistice, no victor, no vanquish, that he told Nigeria, he told Gowon, if Nigeria did not treat their children well in Nigeria, they will rise up again. I don't know why even our so-called intelligentsia, they don't ask of all these documents. It is there. He made his remark. He said, this is my stand. Before handing over, say, okay, no victor, no vanquished. But if Nigeria fail to treat Biafran children well, they will rise up. They will rise up again, and that is what we are doing. And this time around, there is no going back. It does. I say it doesn't. I am happy that the taproots of IPOP is in the diaspora. That is the highest thing Nnamdi Kanu did. The highest. Owazirike tried his best. I don't blame him, honestly. He tried his best. He was rounded up. And before you know, he was infiltrated. Masab was infiltrated. And before you know, his commanders were also rounded up. And they met him in jail. Look at people that are supposed to be fighting for your freedom. Oh, we are rounded up to you. Well, if it is you, what will you do? No, let us be fair. Let us be fair, practically fair. If it is you, what will you do? You bow down and say, now let me negotiate for my life. I beg. But this time around is a very different thing altogether. It's a very different thing. IPOB is a very different thing altogether. How will you round us up from every corner of this world? Is practically impossible. I say it is practically impossible. We have the leadership of this struggle in every continent of this world. Hey, when I remember all these things, I become happy. The leadership of this struggle is established in every continent of this world. All. It's not something that is concentrated in one continent. I'm not talking of one continent. No, not one continent. The whole continents of this world. So how do you think that we will fail now? Tell me. Tell me now how. Yes, if one person frustrates or dapo, we are Hydra headed. We are like Hydra, Once for now, another head will enter, and don't you see Tim, who used to broadcast from this platform every blessed day? when they renditioned our leader the first time. But he's no more with us. But IPOB continues. He is the him, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and the others. They are the people that formed IPOB. For your information, who came out for? But he's no more with IPOB, and IPOB is progressive. Don't you see that it is not something? This is not a joke. This is serious. Don't you see that? There is no person that will move out and IPOB will collapse. It's practically impossible. It's not like Masob. Masob was concentrated in Nigeria, and it became a problem because the whole genocide they committed against Biafrans during Masob time, no outcry, because that was not the time of social media. Also, it was seen as internal affairs. Let me tell you, most of us in the diaspora have foreign nationalities. Are you seeing it? So it is not, that is very hard to combat. Nigeria know that. That is why when I look at people, when I listen to people naively, ignorantly talking against IPOV that they are referrals, I laugh. I say anyway, it is only what you don't know is what that is above you. What you don't know is bigger than you. It's not what you know. What you don't know is bigger than you. So there is no need of answering them. So when they call us referrals, you answer, I'm a referral, don't worry. But I used to challenge them. I say, go and ask Nigerian government. They know who IPOB is. They know what IPOB is doing. They know. It's not you individual that out of your maybe jealousy or your envy or your hatred of one person or Mazi Nnamdi Kanu or one person in IPOB or the other, or the IPOB in general. You hate IPOB where we speak. Now, where because of it, you think that you bring us low to anything. You don't know. You are ignorant. You're completely ignorant. The people that know what IPOB is doing is the Nigerian government. If you have a very high-ranking Nigerian government official, you ask him, he knows. Ask Tinubu what IPOB is doing. He knows very well. Ask Nuhuri Badu. Ask DSS, NIA top officials. They know. It's not you. It's not for you to know. So that's why when I look at people talking against IPOB, I look down on them. I say, they are ignorant. Finish. I look down on them. They are ignorant. They don't know. IPOB is undefeatable, indestructible, and we must continue. It doesn't matter what we suffer. It doesn't matter what we see. We must continue. So this evening, I will continue on the manipulations of the Fulani, the Sokoto Caliphate. It is something that we must continue, please. Because in this time around, the Sokoto Caliphate is also trying very hard to manipulate Nigerians to also commit another fatal error that will push the Caliphate more forward. That is what they are doing. In this issue of recent genocide, the Sokoto Caliphate is using everything available in order to rally Nigerians. The Yorubas, they used to use them. Hey, is your brother in power? So it is not us. If you agree, they use that statement, that issue to rally them around them. Now, ordinary Nigeria, they say, if America come for your natural resources, anyway America enter. Now, wahala deo, so that you commit the fatal mistake, the fatal error, which the Sokoto Caliphate always wants. That is the way they do. That is their system. They will push you to commit error so that before you realize it, no, there is no Christian genocide. No. It is a farce. It is a this and that. Everybody is being killed. It's not a Christian. They want you. Look at when they want you to continue that narrative. Look at Sheikh Gumi wanting you that narrative. He use Islam. No, Muslims, defend yourself. Gather, all of you gather together to fight against Trump because he's coming to defend the Christians. It tells you all you need to know. When people are saying no, Muslims are being killed, I want us to first of all, who is killing who? Let me ask. Is a question. Is there any non-Islamic group that is terrorizing others? The answer is no. Who are committing this genocide? Even if they say Muslims are inside, are among, okay. Which group is killing? Which religion? They are using the name of Islam. Now, Boko Haram, you see, is a Hausa language, which means westernization is sacred. It's not even Western education. Westernization. Western education is only part of westernization. Are you getting me? Wearing a suit is westernization. There are different things. So Western education is only part of it, but they purposely misinterpret Boko Haram. But it is not their real name. Because Boko Haram is just what the local Hausas call them. Their real name is Arabic, is Jamaat al-Sunnah, Jamaat al-Sunnah, Dawawal Jihad, Dawawal Jihad. That is the Arabic. Are you getting it? It means people committed to the propagation of the Prophet's teachings and the jihad. Group of Sunni people for the calling and the jihad. And what is jihad? Have you ever seen where in Islamic jihadism they romance with Christians, with other religions? No, tell me. Have you ever had it or seen it? Maybe the Talibans that are jihadis, or that we are jihadis. Now, they allow the establishment of churches, Christian churches. They allow Christian communities, maybe in Afghanistan, to continue existing. No, it doesn't happen. So these are the things Nigerians should know. But many of them close their ears because of one profit of the other, one thing or the other, or ignorance, or mischief, outright mischief that they don't want to understand. People that call themselves group of Sunni people, Sunni Islam people, for the calling and the jihad. Calling. Remember, if you see somebody say, God called me as a Christian, what does it mean? Oh, he's a man of God. Which means he leave everything and start preaching, preaching the gospel of Christ, as you may take it. These people, this Boko Haram, God called them, Allah called them. They say they are called by Allah to fight jihad. Who are they fighting jihad against? Infidels. That is the Boko Haram you are seeing, you are hearing. ISWAP is that one is clear. Islamic State of West Africa, West African province. ISWAP. It's a branch of ISIS. So they are trying to establish the Emirates, Islamic Emirates, and it is coming through the Sokoto Caliphate. They established Sokoto Caliphate that was not destroyed by Britain, that was left in order to do the dirty job which we are seeing today. Are you getting the gist now? So, when people say no, they don't target Christians, there is no Christian genocide, you ask them, what is the action of the reason of the formation of Boko Haram, what we call Boko Haram? Jamaat al-Sunnah lil Dawa wal Jihad in Arabic. That is, people committed to the propagation of the Prophet's teachings and the jihad. And when you look at it, it is the continuation of the Sokoto Caliphate. Because the Sokoto Caliphate was formed, established by Ottoman Dan Fodio for exactly the same thing. For the propagation of the Prophet's teachings and jihad. That is exactly the same thing. So I don't know why Nigerians are they have blockade in their brains to understand what is going on in Nigeria. The Sokoto Caliphate is using their brains, mesmerizing with their brains, coupled with words of cash. Now they continue speaking, talking from both sides of their mouth. Ask them, what is ISIS then? Or ISWAP? What is Boko Haram? Okay, Boko Haram, those that are fighting jihad, as we know. Okay, they will romance with Christian communities, right? They will romance with them. Don't you see during Obama regime, during the time of ISIS, or the emancipation of ISIS in the Levante, did they romance with Christians and other religion, Druze, and other religious groups in the Middle East? Did they romance them? No. They committed genocide. It is exactly the same thing they are doing in Nigeria. So what is difficult to understand? Or is everything about politics? They are politicizing everything. People's life, they are using it for politics. But why? People that they give you exactly their name tells you everything you need to know about them. Their names. These people they call bandits, they are all the same thing. Lakurawa, they are the same thing. They are focused, they are going towards the same goal of conquest, continuous establishment, propagation of the caliphate of Allah. That is why Sokoto Caliphate is at the forefront, and it must be dismantled. You see, Sokoto Caliphate, it must be dismantled. Do you see the Sultan of Sokoto? He is the leader. I am telling you. So when they say there is no Christian genocide, you ask them, what do you have there? No, Muslims are being killed. Yes, during the ISIS time in the Levant, in the Middle East, ISIS also killed Muslims. That is true. But they targeted Christians. They targeted other religious groups. They committed genocide in wholesale. That is their primary. Now, after targeting these people, now they will come to the Muslims that they call moderate Muslims. Those that are condoning the infidels. They turn against them. It's just like during Rwandan genocide. Hutus were targeted. Do you see that? But there were also many, Tutsis were targeted. But there were also many Hutus. They call them moderate Hutus that were killed. But the target was Tutsi tribe in Rwanda. for your information. But it does not hide the fact that there are many Tutsi Hutus, Hutu tribes that were killed also. But the target, the original target, were the Tutsis. So when they see somebody that is condoning, maybe you are hiding, you are a Hutu, hiding a Tutsi or Tutsis in your house, or trying to protect them, they will take all of you as the same. Do you see that? If they come, somebody said if they come to, they wanted to burn their houses because the house there, the house is for a Muslim. But because there are Christians living in the house, so they mix up with Muslims and Christians. So they don't care. They want to burn all. They want to kill everybody because they see the Muslims there as collateral damage. But the main targets are the other people, the infidels, the Christians. That is it. So you see that what Sokoto Caliphate couldn't complete before the amalgamation of Nigeria, before the British took over Nigeria, or the entity called Nigeria, by joining southern and northern side, they call protectorates, into what you call Nigeria today. It is what the Sokoto Caliphate is trying to achieve today, using Boko Haram, using this Islamic terrorism or terrorists to achieve under Nigeria, using Nigerian government state apparatus. Today you see the headline. Let me just read the headline. There is this headline about the abduction of a general in the Nigerian army. A brigadier general, Abu, was gruesomely abducted with a commander and many soldiers killed as they are moving. Let me bring it. That is what you see every day. Every day in Nigeria. And, the Nigerian military, they cannot do anything. They are sitting duck. Where their power lies is come to Biafra region. You see how the Nigerian military is molesting Igbo people. That is innocent Igbo people. That is where their power lies. That is their power. Are you seeing it? Now, the ISWAP Brigadier General, one Brigadier General Oba, captured by ISWAP despite military's denial. Yes, it is confirmed. Nigerian government, they always deny everything. That is their propaganda. They work like BBC, fake news. Brigadier General and his men were in a convoy with members of civilian joint task force near Sabongari in the Damboa local government area of Borno State on Friday, when members of the ISWAP terrorist sect opened fire on them at about 5 p.m. Now I ask, so a brigadier general with the convoy, because a brigadier general is not a small person, they are going in a very huge convoy. So they don't have drone, they don't have helicopters, they don't have jets that are watching everywhere for them. Is that what you are saying? Now, sometimes zoo alarm me. You see, the caliphate is in total control. They are defiant to even Donald Trump. I'm telling you, they are highly defiant. But I want to hear, okay, man, he can't do anything. because they know that they are in charge of the indigenous population, with their mind control, with their propaganda, with their political smart moves, rallying them round. Oh, defend your integrity, your national sovereignty. Oh, defend the Muslims, defend yourself. But they are killing the same Muslims that are not with them, that are not Fulani. That is why, you see the clip I played before. The man is you've had this, seen the clip. He's a living witness. The person you see that is serving as the vice president, Shetima, they are the concentrated, Fulani terrorist sponsors and leaders. You see in a video where he was speaking to a big terrorist leader that come from Mali. Fulani, they studying him in their language. Oh, Fulani. Oh, yeah, Fulani, you come from Mali. He was doing him very well. Oh, you are welcome. Is your vice president. There is a photo of where he was eating with the terrorists, taking breakfast with them. The Kabiru Sokoto that was captured in his house, he hidden in his house. Why? But these are your political leaders. A high-ranking Nigerian military spy, he came and told Nigerians the situation. He shouted by the name Olanwumi, Kunle Olanwumi, Komodo Kunle Olanwumi. He said that the problem is religion. The problem in Nigeria, the problem of what is happening is religion. There is a clash of civilization. When you are talking about progress as a Biafran, as a Southerner in general, the caliphate, that is not their problem. Their number one problem is to make sure that they conquer everybody, put everybody on their cage first. That is why they put people like Pantami, a terrorist. The terrorists are in charge. Even they put Pantami before in a very sensitive place, in charge of digital, your ID, your name, national identity number, every of your data. Do you see that? And you are looking of where is the problem? Why haven't they proscribed the Fulani headsmen that are killing? This one is common thing everywhere. Killing people, destroying people's farms, voluntarily, videoing it. But they are not proscribed. They don't pursue them. Instead, somebody that Fulani wanted to kill in his farm, and he overpowered the Fulani person, took his the knife and killed the guy. He is now facing a death penalty, death sentence. He is sentenced to death in Nigeria, I think in Kwara State. And Nigerians are looking at where is their problem coming from. Nigerians are saying Christians are not targeted. And I asked them, why was Boko Haram formed? Go and study about Boko Haram. Why was it formed? To Islamize everybody. To turn everywhere into an Islamic state. It's the same thing with ISWAP, where everybody will be, subservient to the Fulani. Are you getting it? Now they take over your land, because that is it. You see, it's another colonization. When Britain colonize our land, they take our lands anyhow and build anything they want to build, do anything they want to do. You don't ask question. You ask question as a community. They deal with you. You remember the 1929 Aba women protest, which they termed riot. They killed more than 50 of our mothers that time for protesting their right. against taxes being levied to them, or even women, even the goats, their animals, home animals. They protested and they killed them because they were under colonization. That is the same thing the Fulani is trying to do all over Nigeria. Which one is worst, please? Is it IPOB? We say no. Instead of us being under the colonization of the Sokoto Caliphate, we better go back to where we were before 1914. Now, the Fulani Caliphate, the Sokoto Caliphate said no. They are using Boko Haram, using ISWAP, Lakurawa, Mahmuda, Wolu Wolu. All of the terrorist groups, Fulani headsmen, bandits, all, they are using it to subjugate, to colonize your land and pursue you from your land as a non-Fulani and say you must take Islam in their own way and they will control you. Which one is better? I am talking to Nigerians, please. Which one is better for you? Okay, you want the Sokoto Caliphate to use their terrorist arms to subjugate and take over your ancestral lands as they have done in many parts of the northern Nigeria, taking over Christian communities. The Christian communities, those that are lucky, that we are lucky to escape alive, are now living in refugee camps. Is it what you want? No. That is why we open X space. If you cannot come to call on Radio Biafra to challenge us, to at least have a robust debate, to disagree, to tell us what you think, that thing you are saying as gossip, come here, say it, criticize us, tell us why IPOB is getting it wrong. You cannot come. Now we open our X space, Biafra Regional Affairs, every Sunday by 5 p.m. Biafra time. Come there. You don't want to come. Now, what do you want now? Only gossip. Because you are an animal. That is why you are afraid. Why are you afraid? I am asking again, which one do you prefer? For every indigenous people in that Nigeria to be free of all this terrorism or terrorists. We want to be free. We say no. Instead of us to be subjugated to the type of tradition we don't know, we are being marginalized. They don't want our land to be developed. Instead of Nigeria being a big for nothing space, we want to separate and be where we are, or where we were before 1914. We'll be like Arrow Confederacy, that is Biafra. We don't want your problem and we are not going to give you problem. Or what Nigerians want, is it the Boko Haram, ISWAP, bandits that are going around killing people, committing genocide in Christian communities, killing pregnant women, wiping out communities, that you must accept Islam in their own Salafist Wahhabism manner. And Nigeria will remain one, but under their control. Is that what you want? Why not be reasonable, please? We urge you to be reasonable as you are listening to me. As you're a Nigerianist castigating IPOB, please be reasonable. Just think, reason, please. We are in a country that is in the hand of the Sokoto Caliphate. And what is Sokoto Caliphate? Sokoto Caliphate it was established in order to and they want to conquer your land. They come to Bini, they conquer you, they take over, they be in charge, they establish emirates in Nasarawa, in our resources, everything. We become subjugates to them. We become slaves to them. Now, is that the Nigeria that you want? Is that the country you want? We say no. We Biafrans say no. We don't know these people. We don't know this type of tradition. It is not our tradition. It is not our culture. It's not our religion. We don't want it. We are free people. We are Republicans by nature. So you cannot control us like that. We don't want it. So instead of us to be like that, now let us remove ourselves from Nigeria and be on our own. And they say no. Hey, no. Why Biafrans? They were causing problem. But the real people that are causing problem, the Fulani, they are being pampered. Don't you see the manipulation? I want you to see the manipulation. He's watching, he's looking, he's moping at you. Oh, you idiots, he's looking at you. Now, look at today's news also. Terrorists attack KB Girls Secondary School, abduct several students, kill staff members. That is today's news, 17th. Where are they bring back our girls activists? In the news, what you see is a terrorist attack. They kill. I saw a video, somebody was hiding, videoing these Fulani terrorists that are on motorcycles. They call them bandits. They said they are going to, I don't know whether Katangora, they are running to commit genocide there. This is what we see every day in Nigeria. With all this, how can you talk about development? Now, Donald Trump say he will come to put an end to this by killing all these terrorists. The same caliphate, Sokoto caliphate, turn around and tell you, no, they are coming to invade your country, your sovereign country. How sovereign is Nigeria? No, tell me now. How sovereign is Nigeria? When Fulani can troop in, terrorists can troop in, go in and out as they want. When foreigners are being, paid to come into Nigeria to commit terrorist activities, to commit genocides. No, it is not about invasion of sovereignty. No, it's only when Trump want to come they will invoke that rubbish, garbage. Do you see the Sokoto Caliphate's manipulations of the indigenous people in that entity called Nigeria? They know that you have no brain. They can use anything in order to stir up your useless sentiment. After all, Ottoman Danfodio did it and succeeded. He started preaching to Hausa community, turning them against their own people. That you either be a pure Muslim, you don't need to collaborate with the infidels. Infidels, they are brothers that are not Muslims. They brought in foreign religion, used foreign ideology, foreign religion. They use it to divide them. Extreme Islam, they use it to turn brother against brother. And the Hausas fell for that. They killed themselves. And before you know, Ottoman Danfodio became the leader of the faithful, as they call him, Ottoman Danfodio, the teacher, the great teacher. He became the leader of the Hausa people, propagated by the Hausas against themselves. This is what, this is the manipulations of the Fulani Caliphate. In Nigeria, it only happens in Nigeria. They hardly manipulate this to other races or other tribes in the Sahel because they know them. Are you getting it? They know them. The people, they don't try that. They tried to conquer Medina in Mali during the old time, but the people resisted. They tried in various places. The people resisted and also took over. Even in Guinea Conakry, where Fulani have the single tribal majority. They don't near political power in Guinea-Conakry, for your information. They don't give them no political power. Instead, all other tribes combine together in order, if it comes to voting, they combine together to vote for non-Fulani. In Guinea-Conakry, Futajelon. Are you getting it? But in Nigeria, the Fulani saw that, look, these are people that could be manipulated anyhow. They have small brains, their brains are not too much developed. That is what they saw in that part of the world, the place you call Nigeria today. That is why somebody like Sheikh Gumi can be proud of talking, defending openly the terrorists, the Fulani terrorists, and nothing happens. Today, in Kebbi, the Fulani terrorists have struck again. They have abducted girls in girls' secondary school. Let me read it. Terrorists in the early hours on Monday. It is today's news, 17th day of November 2025. Terrorists in the early hours of Monday stormed the Maga Comprehensive Girls Secondary School in Kebbi State, abducting an unspecified number of female students and killing at least one staff member. A school guard was also injured during the attack, which occurred around 5:52 a.m. The attackers invaded the school compound while the students were preparing for morning routine, launching their assault with sporadic gunfire, harm angle reports. You see that? You know why they are doing? They say they don't want to westernization. Western development, they don't want it. Not only Western education, Westernization. Are you seeing it? That is why they go to schools, they abduct children. These people now, these girls now, they will take them as wives. And when you look at it, check them. Most of them are Christians. I am telling you. Have you forgotten Leo Shaib? But do you see all these things that happened today? The killing of a Nigerian brigadier general and the commander and Nigerian military being slaughtered by the Fulani terrorists. School girls were abducted, kidnapped, and staff members killed. All happening at the same time. The Nigerian president didn't say nothing. Is this the type of country you want to continue being? This is why, if it is your choice, no, it is not our choice. When you ask me to some Igbo Nigerians, you tell them all this news, you say, what do you think about it? They say, no, it doesn't concern me, it's in the north. And you say, but this is your country, it's a country. In a country, normally, whatever that happens in any side, happens to every side. It should concern every side. If you say it doesn't concern you, which means you're a hypocrite. This is why we want to officialize our own. We say, no, we don't want this to continue happening. Therefore, we want to separate from this so that we will be able to protect our zone. Do you see our logic? But Nigerians, they say, no, yes, it's one Nigeria, but it didn't concern me. Why didn't it concern you? Why didn't it concern you as a Nigerian? They abduct school children. There is no protest anywhere in Nigeria. Imagine that they are your children. Imagine that they are your sisters. These are people's children, for goodness sake. You don't see OBS coming up, bring back our girls, no? Do you see the Fulani manipulation, the Sokoto Caliphate manipulation? They tell you, oh Nigeria, Nigeria. I want to play this clip. I don't know. I want you to listen to the interview of Bowala. I think on RT. Just listen. Let me just play it a bit. Let me play. Listen. For you to hear the hypocrisy in them. Listen.
Had our history with the Americans. They were white. The first reaction was that of shock and surprise at the beginning. And the reason why we were shocked at the beginning is because the status quo at that time was the cooperation that we are having with the US government. And just 2 months before then, we arrested, I think 2 or 3 months, we arrested the leader, the terrorist leader of the Ansaru terrorist organization. And that drew, commendation from the US government. And a few months earlier, when we also made arrest of some leaders of the bandit and how they surrendered, we also got the same commendation from them. We also signed not long from now another contract where we paid over 3.
Sorry, somebody was calling me.
That everything was okay. So when that information came, it was a shock at the beginning. But we felt like, well, it's still a wake-up call for us to look at what we're doing and how we can intensify and increase our cooperation with them for the purposes of achieving the same goal that we both have. They want to end counterterrorism. We are most affected and we want to end it. From the face value, it may look like a threat because when you say guns are blazing and then you authorize.
He's talking, Daniel Bola here is talking, he's being interviewed in RT, he's talking about the Trump, Trump issue, about the Christian genocide issue raised by Trump. That is what he's talking about. I want you to listen.
It's operation in Nigeria. Nigeria being a sovereign country, then it may, a lot of people will tell you that it is a threat. But then we quickly understood the message and we felt that the message is for us to intensify our effort. And so we then threw away the rhetoric. But at first we thought it was like a threat. But you need to know that Nigeria is a sovereign country, a member of the United Nations. And as a sovereign country, we have had and we're still having relationship, both bilateral, multilateral, and multifaceted relationship with the rest of the world. We have had our history with the Americans, the White House, the American government, the main Pentagon, and the State Department in our joint effort to end terrorism. So we felt that there was no need for the American troops to come to Nigeria. Our soldiers are sufficient. What our soldiers need is what the Americans use.
The soldiers is sufficient. Nigeria is a sovereign country. But when Irabo was there, as is it chief of defense staff or chief of army staff, Irabo, General Irabo, he continued lamenting that the northern border, Nigerian borders are completely porous, 90% porous. They are not manned. But you're a sovereign country. You know, sovereignty starts from even you taking charge of your country, manning your borders, because this is your sovereignty. But you cannot, and you are claiming sovereignty. Anybody can enter in. Terrorists can enter. Anybody can enter as he wants. And they are talking about sovereignty. What a hypocrisy. When you as a man, you cannot even be able to control your family. You cannot be able to defend your family. And you are saying you are to your family man. No. Does it make sense? It doesn't. Continue listening.
In fighting terrorism, higher equipment, more reconnaissance drone system, satellite intelligence collection mechanism, and then improve fighter jets, and then more broad review of our defense agreement that will now broaden our use of the equipment we bought from them, the military equipment we bought from them, to use it in areas where we are seeing emerging threats in Nigeria. Because with some of the ammunitions and the equipment that we bought from them could only be used in the northeastern Nigeria, where we have seen the proliferation of these terrorist activities in the northwest. And then recently we saw 1 or 2 skirmishes in the southwest. So that means the weapon.
You say 1 or 2 skirmishes in the southwest. Do you see how they are downgrading things? They say skirmishes. The people that are being killed in Kwara all the time. Everywhere say skirmishes. Continue listening, please.
We have should be able to operate in any part of Nigeria to end that. Otherwise, the signal that the terrorists will take is that if they can migrate to places where we couldn't use those equipment, it would be like a safe haven for them. So at the beginning, and that's why sometimes when we complain about non-governmental organization as being used sometimes by foreign interests, because the report on human rights violation started with the report by the non-governmental and civil society organization in the Northeast when they accused the Nigerian soldiers of violating human rights. But when investigation was found out, they discovered that it's more of a hoax, and then limiting the extent to which we could use those equipment. Because when Boko Haram were operating within and in the city, then you can call the issue of human rights violation, because then it is asymmetry. But as soon as Boko Haram were chased out of Borno and they went to Sambisa, there's a clear delineation, a militarized position, so to speak. When you are facing Boko Haram, there's nothing like human rights. Terrorism, fighting terrorism is fighting terrorism. The use of authorized military force is permitted, even under the United Nations Convention. You can use lethal force. And when you talk about taking out terrorists, I don't think it has to do with the arrest of terrorism like you would if you're in a system within the populace and you want to isolate terrorist people from the civil populace. So that was what we used then against Nigeria. But the good thing is that it started with Barack Obama. When Donald Trump came in 2016, I think about 2017, he understood why we need those weapons. And then he reversed the order, embargo on the sale of certain arms. And he decided to sell a lot of the arms, which includes now the Super Tucano. So what is happening with the emerging threats clearly shows that there is need for us to sit down and review. Because there is no way you can defeat terrorists of the 21st century with the weaponry of yesterday. The terrorists that operate in the shores and the borders of Nigeria are not different from the terrorists that operate in Afghanistan, Iraq, that the United Nations used an advanced weapon against them. So if you say you want to use advanced weapon against terrorists, they have similar emerging threats, similar technology. They use drones. So you cannot be successful unless you have the capacity, capability, and unrestricted access to the equipment that you will need in order to deal with them. Otherwise, a fight of 6 months might take you 6 years. The thing is that a general statement about how globally there is a tolerance of the killing of Christians, we cannot speak for other countries because it may apply to them. But certainly in our own case, it is not. And this case, our position is supported by all the conventional mechanism for reporting. If you look at the foreign organizations in Nigeria,
you listen to the foreign mechanism of reporting he's talking about. That is the media. Listen to them, to their names.
All of them, their report only suggests the insecurity situation, the proliferation of the Boko Haram and their auxiliaries, then the places where they have stretched. But then in all of those reports, they said that there has been a steady decline from 2015, 16, 17, and by the time we go to 2023, died down here, there is a steady decline. This is the conventional report. And in the conventional report, there is a conclusion that the killing has no religious undertone. So whether you look
at... Do you see, you said the killing, it's a report, it's based on reports of BBC. Media like BBC, fake news BBC. You see how BBC is being disgraced everywhere now. You see, I put it on my timeline a few days back. The video of where the doctor, they edited the video of remarks of Donald Trump last time, in his last time of office, that triggered the people's hatred. You don't know how media can control people. These are the, we say,